Hey, everybody, welcome back to another stream. Hope you had a nice couple days. It is Tuesday, a little after 2:41 p.m. here in Las Vegas. And we're going to set sail.
You're just an egotistical streamer.
Shut up. We're going to set sail on the big blue ocean as if we were the first to ever explore it. Take ourselves a little boat. Maybe haul some cargo. And definitely not get lost at sea, hoping for rescue and or capsizing. What's up, everybody? Also of note, I guess I should forewarn you. It's been a rough last couple days, today included. I am at like 10 out of 10 on the allergy meter. And I can't explain why. It is unexplainable. Unless it's just permeated the air. It's either fully permeated the air or my body is rebelling against me. Both are possible simultaneously. So there might be multiple pauses today while I try and handle that. And you might say, how bad could it be? This is true. If I stand up, if I move, instantly, snot starts pouring from my nose down my face. Just like a light switch. Like, I am a cartoon sick child. You know, like with the just snot-nosed brat face, like that's me, just 24/7. Got infected with a tadpole, it sounds like. Maybe there's a tadpole up there. Need a fully sealed clean room for streaming. The problem with that is Midas would be inside the clean room. And I'm allergic to dogs too. So, there's that. It would be very difficult to keep clean. What's up, beginning of stream subs? Thanks, Keith Love, for the 42 months. Getting down with the alien in chat. Appreciate the $5 sub. Marshmallows also pumping it. Hello, Marshmallows. Thanks for over 2 years. What up for one more? Bear Shark, thanks for the 5 subs in one, dude. For a 99th month. Almost triple digits. The big one hundo. A few people have been hitting 100 recently. I didn't think it was possible, and yet here it is. And Janko Stu says, if you're still looking for a standing desk, nah. Desk House sells amazing but very expensive sturdy standing desk frames. Okay, that's all well and good, but the problem is there is no desk. There is none. There is none. There is no standing desk that marries the benefits that a streamer needs and also stability at the same time, and also not costing $4,000. I'm just saying, it's a hard sell when you're looking at standing desks, and I'm not exaggerating. The one that I need is a 72-inch desk, and the Desk House 72-inch desk is $3,300 before any additional customizations. That's almost more than my computer. So, it literally, some of the ones that are cheap and affordable unfortunately, the reason why they're unstable is because they only have 2 legs. They have 1 leg on the left, 1 leg on the right, and they wobble. And then, for some reason, the ones that have 4 legs are like, listen to me. I am a single individual, honing each desk by hand. I will carve it out of a tree right in front of you. I charge a low price of $3,300 plus shipping plus tax. It will take me 6 months to hand carve this desk for you. It's like there's gotta be a middle ground between those two. Like adding 2 extra legs should not cost an extra $2,400. Just for stability. Because standing desks, like having 4 legs is expensive technology, I guess. I don't know. Like there are some really cool ones that are just only 2 legs. They have a lot of nice features, like tucking cables and wires away. Local streamer struggles to find desk capable of supporting the massive weight of his muscles. No, it's more like the massive weight of my computer. I bought a desk house base and had a custom desktop made locally. It cost me a lot. For some of you, that's probably viable if your work helps sort of cover the cost of that. You know, it can be like a write-off for your place of employment or something. But anyways, no, I will not be buying thousands of dollars worth of a desk that just goes up anytime soon. I would sooner buy another gaming laptop. Do you understand, like, where my priorities lie? I would rather spend $3,300 on a computer just so that that computer can be in a different room from the one that my office computer is in. Just for that convenience of being able to be like, oh yeah, the gaming laptop's in here hooked up to the TV. That would be more useful to me. Yeah, a gaming PC in every room. They're all connected to the cloud. And the reason I want that is because the last couple days, do you know what I did? I took my entire office PC and put it and connected it up to the TV downstairs. And it was a pain in the ass. And also, this thing is like a small oven. It puts out some heat, dude. Really long cables? Impossible. Cables have to go through the wall or through doors. And also, how do you connect the controls up? Bluetooth is this technology that we invented like decades ago and decided, yep, that's good enough. We will never make anything better than this ever again. And now we just have to deal with its inconsistent length as a range, as a signal. Because you can have this incredibly long cable and then, oops, none of my controller, my wireless mouse, whatever, can't reach. Because Bluetooth. When did we even invent Bluetooth? 1994. That's as far back as we can trace it is 1994. maybe earlier. It was originally introduced in May 1998, and they started research on what would lead to Bluetooth in 1994. And that's just what we do. That's just what we use now. Bluetooth was invented by Harold Bluetooth in the 10th century. What's up, Starblade? Thanks for almost 2 years of sub, by the way. Look what the tide brought in. It brought in some subs and some viewers desperate for more methods of transportation. And I'm here to bring them to you. We're going to be playing Sailwind today. And figuring out how to manipulate a boat, I guess. I have heard that the first few times that you're sailing, when you don't know what you're doing, is very stressful. But I feel like having mastered trains, I should be at least somewhat capable of navigating. I don't know. I'm not sure if map reading. Yeah, I would say that map reading, compass reading on a train should translate to some kind of skill set on a boat. So I guess we'll find out.
You're just an egotistical streamer.
But I do know how to drive a train. And plane. Maybe. I don't remember the plane so much. Dracobot says $4,000 standing desk fund. We're going to start a sub goal for a $4,000 standing desk. All I need to do is double the amount of subs that I have. It's easy. Everyone who's subscribed, just subscribe again. What is this Viking music, by the way? It is Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Surprisingly. It has a really good soundtrack. Do you know how to navigate by the stars? I'm sorry. How can you navigate by something that orbits and rotates around the Earth? Okay? Inconsistently? At variable speeds? What if the Earth just starts spinning on a different axis? You don't know. Stars could be there one night and gone the next. They change hemispheres erratically. Unpredictable. The North Star is a myth. Yeah, they're like, oh, it's the brightest one. It's like, oh, really? It's the brightest one? Joke's on you. I live in Las Vegas. I can't see any stars. It's too bright here. So how am I supposed to navigate by stars if I can't see them? Who else goes there? I live in the southern hemisphere. Checkmate. Okay, chat. Here's what we're going to do. I am going to take care of some allergies, and then we're going to jump in to Sailwind and see where the wind takes us. All right. It'll probably take like an hour for this to calm down. Something about speaking, talking. Spooky. Very spoopy. Okay, anyway. Tox, you should use a saline nasal spray. You're assuming I haven't already been to an allergist, had an entire allergy panel done, and already used nasal sprays, and they also don't do anything anymore. Are you backseating my allergies? Impressive. Clinical backseating. Where's the game? There it is. Hello, welcome to Sailwind. I know you can't see what's behind me. It just says difficulty easy. Al Ankh is a hot and dry region with mostly clear weather, stable winds, and easy sailing conditions. Emerald Archipelago, medium, a warm tropical region with heavy rainfall and frequent storms. Astron is a temperate region with moderate rainfall and infrequent storms. Sailing here can be challenging due to unpredictable winds, though storms are uncommon. I have no idea how to sail at all. So why don't we just start with the quote-unquote easy region, because I think that learning how to do this ship is going to be its own challenge, and we'll just take each area as it goes. No reason to skip content here. Oh, dude, that wasn't even a fake graphic. I'm really here? This version of Sailwind contains bugs and unfinished content. Your save files may break after updating the game or become randomly corrupted due to bugs. Thank you for your patience. If you want to report a bug or provide any other feedback, suggestions, etc., you can do so on these places. Press F. Find and read the sailing manual on your boat. Okay. We actually might... I'm assuming there's no soundtrack in this game. So we might unironically want to listen to the whole Assassin's Creed soundtrack. So why don't we just do that? There we are. I want to take a look around first. See what's going on here on the island. Hello, fine vendor of kebab. We have kebab, banana, and loaf of bread. We also have coconut wine. These are the goods that we specialize in here on the island. Dude, can you, seriously though, like how terrifying would it have been to live on an island that was dependent on goods being transferred, traded into and out of in order to support not just your lifestyle, but maybe even your life? Like I feel like relying on ancient navigators to sail back and forth just to remember where your island is and not just like abandon it if one or two of the ships sink and they were the only ones who knew you were there. Because I have to imagine that anyone who stumbled upon like an island in the Pacific was able to live there with a small population just off the island, but did any of them ever grow to such a point where they needed outside help in order to sustain the growing population and then have to depend on trade in order to maintain that status quo? There were definitely islands that were lost and rediscovered. I don't know if any of them were inhabited, though. What is the ISS but an island depending on outside resources? That's true, but imagine if they started, like, trying to have space babies and make a space station. I think if humanity doesn't have a space station where you can have space babies in the next 100 years, we've failed and should restart a new campaign, you know? Like 100 years, think about it, it's a long time. From now. It only took us like a few years to figure out how to go to space. If we can't figure out how to like inhabit there, then try again, I guess. Turn the difficulty down if we restart Earth. It's a good idea. F to pick up. Buy broom for 8 coins. I doubt I have any coins. I probably don't want to buy any of this stuff. I'm just seeing what's here. I'm not sure how loud this game is. We're gonna find out, though. My boat! Alright, let's read the manual and figure out how we're supposed to sail this thing. So my immediate question is this the boat in the game, or is there more than one boat? We can pick up a lot of this stuff. Several boat. Several boat? Okay, that's good. Sailwind Trading Company. This flag signifies a Sailwind Company port. Local ports always have delivery missions waiting for you. Your current missions can be tracked in the mission log. This contains essential information, including the map of the route. Press tab to access it. Goods should be delivered in a timely manner to a Sailwind Company port. Delivering after the due date will result in a gold penalty and a loss of reputation. Very sad. Failing to deliver or abandoning a mission will also result in loss of reputation. Boat controls. Before setting off, untie the mooring ropes from the dock. Use the halyard winch located on the mast to hoist the sail. The boat should now be moving. Okay. Everything else after that is dangerous. Adjust the angle of the sail using the sheet winch. See the next page for optimal sail angles. The anchor can be used in shallow waters to keep the boat in place. It will not work on the open ocean. Okay. The flag on the mast will show the direction of the wind. Adjust your sail according to the chart for optimal speed. Note, you cannot sail directly upwind, you idiot. Why anchor no work? Because it's not a weight-based anchor, it's a grab, drag the bottom of the, like it hits something and stops the boat from moving. That's why it only works in shallows, because it goes all the way down, touches the bottom and kind of drags, holds the boat in place. Can anchors get stuck, like hooked on something? What does someone have to go like dive down there and like unhook it somehow? This seems dangerous. Getting stuck is a real problem, I believe you. Okay. You cannot sail directly upwind. Sure. In strong winds, a full sail can catch too much wind, causing the boat to heel too much and start taking on water, which can result in sinking. Use the halyard winch to reduce the sail area in adverse weather to stay safe. That's why you have more than one anchor. Oh, that is why you have more than one anchor. Good point. So when I'm looking at this, is the wind is going north to south in this example? So as long as the sail, yeah, I mean that all makes sense. You just want the sail to catch the wind. That doesn't seem overly complicated. Pressing tab will show you current needs. Energy, water, and food. We actually have to maintain our own survival here. Feed ourselves, get some drink. You can purchase food and water on most islands. Use a cup or bottle to drink. Food can be cooked on a stove or eaten raw. Eating raw food may have less calories. Classic. Raw food has less calories, chat. I don't understand. Imagine if that's how it worked in real life. You know, like you have bread. You idiot! You didn't toast it first! God, you could make that go so much further by just toasting it. You're eating a salad? No wonder you're not getting enough calories. That stuff is refrigerated. The hotter the food, the more calories it has. Cooking is a scam to make you buy more food. Do not fall for it. Okay, chat, let's find out. Chat says it's true for some foods. All right, which foods? Here we go. I'm going down the rabbit hole. Wait, why is this a scientific study from... Hold on. This is still being debated? This is a article that says, based on research done over the past few years, scientists now believe that you do, in fact, get more calories from the same amount of food when it's cooked as opposed to raw. The most convincing study was published in 2011. Researchers fed the exact same amount of meat and sweet potatoes, either cooked or raw, to different groups of mice for 40 days. At the end, the results clearly showed the cooked foods, both meat and veggie, delivered more energy. Scientists think the system used to measure calorie counts doesn't account for the energy used to digest food. In other words, when you cook food, you're breaking... Okay, all right, that's sort of like technicality. So it doesn't actually contain more calories. It's like you have net calories. All right, that's... I was like, there's no way in hell that is adding calories to the food. It technically doesn't, but it effectively does. I don't care. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. Okay. In addition, gut bacteria may also play a role, since microbes in the intestine extract energy from food. Since cooking breaks it down in advance, the body is able to absorb the calories before the food gets to the microbes. With raw food, some of the calories are getting eaten up by bacteria. The takeaway? There's not enough research yet to show exactly how big the difference is in terms of how many more calories you'll absorb from cooked versus raw. One thing is for sure, the calorie counts we're currently using are definitely inaccurate. Well, yeah, we just made up some numbers and slapped it on as an amalgamation. I don't think anybody looks at like a pack of Oreos and goes like, oh, yes, I'm sure that every Oreo inside of this sleeve of Oreos has precisely 60 calories. Like, they're always round numbers. Have you noticed that? There is no calorie counter on the back of the nutrition label that has like, it has 14 calories per. It's always like a round number. Conveniently. Because they just changed the serving size down. My takeaway is all numbers are lies. Streamer about to go off on service sizes. I don't have to. We already know that they're scams. Serving sizes are actually stupid. Like, I'm not sure who determines what a serving size is for a given amount of food, but like, for example, take... I'm just gonna pick a random product here. Okay. I have chosen... at random, Stouffer's Skillets, broccoli and beef. Okay, it is broken up into 2 servings per container to make it look like it's only 340 calories and only 59% of your daily allowed intake of sodium. But actually, if you eat the whole package, which a majority of people would probably do because it's an $8 just microwave dinner, you're actually consuming 120% of your daily recommended sodium intake in a single meal. It's just like to obfuscate the nutritional value of each of the products inside of it. Unless it just says what's in the package, like single serving. Single serving's fine, because that's like, you understand straight away. But you don't have to do math to figure out what the caloric content is. Alright, we can use a fishing rod to catch fish. Don't forget to attach a fishing hook. I'd rather catch them with my bare hands. To restore energy, sleep in the hammock. Be careful, your boat will continue moving while sleeping unless it's anchored or moored. Okay. Find the mission office and choose... That's loud. Choose a mission. What else do we have? I have a lantern so I can see, which I'm sure will not fall overboard. We have a cup, just a sad little water cup. This looks like a dice cup, actually, in a board game that I have called Stone Age. What did I... Oh, that is a barrel of water. Okay. Can you drop this? I honestly was like, this is a Unity video game. That cup of water is just a cup of water. And isn't gonna spill. I've been proven wrong. Okay, so I don't want to fill it unless I'm thirsty. We have a gigantic decorative compass. Which, is it weird that I actually prefer the other compass with the needle? So this needle, I guess, north just always points north. But what's the point of the other needles? Just to show us what direction we're facing? Like, how I'm holding it? Because, yeah, the needle doesn't move. It's the face underneath it that moves. So the needle is just the direction that I'm facing. North is to my left now. Gonna end up breaking this compass. How do you like place an item carefully? All right, we also have a map. Find the mission office and choose a mission. Okay, sounds good. We got a whole bunch of islands out here. Here we go. Mission office. Uh oh. Ranting about Stouffer's too long. The sun's already going down. Ooh, the moon. Now, the mission office, you say. I think I'm here. Yo, that looks sweet. Oh wait, no, it's... You killed the whale. I thought that was like a cool land whale with like giant teeth that was crawling around like a rolling biological tank. But I think they just killed it. Water. Ooh, okay. Welcome to Neverdin. Yeah, we're in Neverdin. So why don't we just take a look at the map first? Because I need to figure out what constitutes a good or bad mission for us. Is there any... I can't see. I'm like holding the map up to my chin. Alright, if we're in Neverdin... Okay, you can... I don't know why I'm flipping this around. Bro. Neverdin. This game could really use a right-click zoom-in feature, like in Derail Valley. So, Isle of Clear Mind and Lion's Fang. Maybe we pick a mission to one of those. Alchemist Island, Gold Rock City. They don't have any missions to those. All their missions go to Al Nalim, Alchemist Island, Gold Rock City, or Alunk Academy. So Al Nilim is all the way up there. Alchemist Island's all the way down there. I mean, if we just go straight north, we'll get to Al Nalim. But I don't know which direction the wind is going right now. Oh, that's a great question. Is there any wind? The wind, if we... Oh man, it's getting dark fast. The wind actually seems to be going kind of north by northeast. So that works for us. I'm taking a nighttime sailing mission. Let's go. Oh, it gives you a map and shows you where the destination is. Cargo lamb, amount 3, weight 63 pounds, due in 2 days. 11 lions. I have no idea what the... Ooh, 204 pounds. That seems like a lot. If we have a little... We just have a little boat. We can do rum, tuna... There's a lot going to Al Nalim. We should take this before the wind changes. All right, I'll take. We might only be able to take one mission at a time right now. I don't know. Let's do lamb first. And then rum is 200 pounds. Tuna is 87. Let's do tuna. And then sunspot fish is also only 60. Not enough reputation. Okay. Yeah, all right, so I can only do 2 missions right now. Collect the mission goods outside the building. You got it. it's dude, I'm gonna slip off the dock right now. Hold on. I need to get the light on. I need to get the light on. There, it's got its own 100%. Oh no. That means I'm gonna run out of fuel basically. All right, pick up. We gotta load these on ourselves. Actually, the moon is out now. Yeah, the moon has given us a bunch more light. It was super dark a second ago. We got moon shadows now. All right, the question is, where does the cargo go here? Just in the middle of the boat, I guess. All right, here's some lamb. We don't want any of the cargo to go overboard. Very important. Maybe if we turn this sideways. Not what I meant to do. I wanted to kind of like get it flat. All right, why am I dying? Is that my health? What is the green bar that's flashing at the bottom of the screen now? Am I sleepy? But if I go to sleep, the wind might change. I didn't realize how many crates this was gonna be. What's this crate in the... Is this a crate or a seat in the front? Ooh, yeah, actually, if we turn them sideways. Yo, this is tricky. I'm not tall enough for this. Careful dropping the precious cargo. Is there a cargo hold? Not, oh my god, there's 3 more? Dude. What even is this? Goat cheese? Why do I have goat cheese? That's for me. That's just for me to eat. That's like, I'm gonna live on water and goat cheese for the foreseeable future. All right. This is not. Let's just pack this up nice and neat. Can the tutorial please just give me a sec? Tutorial, just wait. There's only one way. That looks much better. All right, now stack these on top. All right, let's get the rest of the cargo on board. A transport game on water. Yeah. Yeah. And then maybe we can squeeze this one into the side. Is there a way to pull this back? That looks pretty wedged in. I don't think that's gonna go anywhere. It's kind of stuck on that, but that's okay. All right, I'm gonna make my character go to sleep now. Very sleepy. I'm gonna blow my nose in real life. Why do I feel like I'm gonna get dunked in the water, though? I hear... Why do I hear dots? Oh my god, I did not expect there to be that kind of a skybox. There are so many stars. Have I slept enough? I don't know, I'm gonna get a full night's sleep. My guy is really thirsty. Incredibly thirsty. All right, this time, drink. Again. 2 full cups of water, man. You gotta make this last a little longer. Don't. You gotta be organized. No! I keep wanting to drop it on top because I like the cup being on top of the barrel, and then I keep accidentally filling it. Don't. It's gonna spill. I may as well drink it. Oh! Caught it. Bonk. can't. I gotta see. Okay. I don't know. I can't see anything. There's birds circling around. The full galaxy is up there. I don't even remember how to steer this thing. Okay. We are now unmoored. I assume this is, it's hard to see anything here, dude. Wait, maybe I should just go back to sleep until the sun comes up. That would probably be, like, a lot smarter. I think I woke up because I was incredibly thirsty. There we go. Okay. All right. We had a good night's sleep. We haven't even left. And I'm ready to go. Is it just me, or are we, like... Oh, the weights. Dude, if you go over here, like, too much weight, it actually tips the boat. Oh, my God. Okay. This is gonna be interesting. Am I dying of hunger? My dude. All right, if I don't make a successful journey on this, we're gonna die. This is as good as it's gonna get. Untie the mooring ropes from the docks. Now we're unmoored. Unfurl the sail. I can't. Release. Chat, am I even gonna be able to fully release it with the height of all the cargo here? Kinda? Okay, I did not, how do you put that back? I don't want this cheese. Don't eat that. I'm really eating, it's too much cheese. How do I get off of this? F, okay. So, that's the anchor winch. That's not what I want. I want this over here. Wait, which way is forward? Pull in the sail using, what the, that tutorial went away in 1 second. I'm not really understanding how that one winch is causing this to turn the way that it is turning. I'm not sure the physics. I see the rope moving on the right in, and then the rope on the left is not moving. I also didn't even look to see. Ooh, I think we're moving. Hold on, are we just like grinding up against the side here? Is that the problem? We need to like shove off. All right, well, here's the thing, chat. Wherever we're going, we're going. Where's my compass? We need to go left. We need to go that way. And I need to check the direction of the wind. Maybe it'd be better to like... where to put this? Right there for now. The normal boat captains steer from this angle? Do they just like crouch down? I don't need to see what's over there. All right, we should be picking up some wind soon, but I'm gonna go check the flag up front. All right, we are pointing due north. I don't know where the like default standing position is there. Wait a second. Does that just move on it? Oh my god, it just moves on its own. I literally need to kind of like hold it. Where's the little flag? The flag is pointing that way. Desert bus. Hold on. If the flag is pointing like kind of to the right. I don't even think I can move the sail that way. Oh, there's like a third person cam? Yo, that's cheating. Don't cheat. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold the wheel. Ah, the open sea. So yeah, the wind is actually going more northeast. We're heading north. We started in Neverdin in the southwest, and we're going north to Al Nalim. So if we just go straight north, we'll get there. But we don't have, like, the full wind. Bonk. I keep right-clicking trying to zoom into stuff. And it's not working. Chad, how fast are we going here? There's another... Oh, there's other boats out here? Chad, is the sail backwards? Did I put on my sail backwards today? It's kind of still working. Okay, I'm pulling the winch. We might slow down momentarily. The thing is, I don't know, is there... Whoa! The wind caught it. We need to lock it down. Wait, how do I make it go, How do I make it point the direction that I want it to point? Is there another winch? Now release it. What? Oh, it just like stops and you have to start it? You don't control the direction of it, the wind does. Oh. Oh. Okay, so it is going to follow the wind. There's the wind flag, the wind sock. So I had to tighten it up so that it would kind of unfurl and go the right way. Yeah, now we can actually see the wind flag, which is incredibly useful. Obviously, we don't always necessarily have to go beeline, like in a straight line to our target, because sometimes you need to kind of zigzag. But for now, I think it's good as long as we don't tip too far over to one side. And as long as the water doesn't get too choppy here. Because it's... So based on our location, we should be this island. Are we already passing the middle island? Wait, are there places that are not marked on the map? Because, like, we left from Neverdin. Are we already passing the Isle of Clear Mind? But there's kind of like two... That's the Isle of Clear Mind, and then that is something else. Is that Gold Rock City? No, that's... I don't know what that is in the distance. Maybe. This doesn't seem so bad. I feel like if we hit another boat, the odds of that it would take that boat intentionally trying to ram us as we go by. That's the only boat out here for miles. That being said, historically that happens way more often than you would think. Two boats just in the middle of completely open waters, just colliding into each other for no reason whatsoever, causing catastrophic accidents. Just toot your horn. I don't have the horn, unfortunately. But yeah, this is our starter mission with our starter boat in our starter waters. This is like how the first two cars in Ohio somehow crashed into each other. I think a lot of the times historically for boats, they're both going and they just both assume the other boat is going to turn off and go a different direction. I feel like some of it was just cockiness. Like, I don't want to have to turn off course. That's so much work. They're gonna do it. And then they don't. And then when they both turn, sometimes they accidentally turn into each other, which is even more hilarious. Sad, but hilarious, where it's like, if you had both gone the correct direction away from one another, you would have stopped this impending doom. The channel that I enjoyed watching for a lot of these boat accidents was Part-Time Explorer on YouTube. There's a lot of cool documentary style boat accidents documented there. So maybe I should release this a bit more. Why do I feel like it's going into a more forward position? Is that too much release? Maybe if we pull it back, we can pick up a little bit more of the wind. You watch boat accidents for fun? Yeah. I like historical catastrophes because I like seeing what led to them. I enjoy something about, especially like the era of steamboats and like the not really sailboats, but just like big steam-powered boats is intriguing to me. Italics Brick Immortar. If you haven't seen that channel, I don't think I have. Is that another boat? That is another boat. Out to the left? Yeah. Excuse me, out to port? That is, yeah. But, there are some really famous ones because, like, just for example, there's also some crazy people throughout history. Who's the person, oh yeah, Arthur John Priest is like the famous or infamous English fireman who survived 4 sinking ships, including the RMS Titanic, the HMS Alcantara, the HMHS Britannic, and the SS Donegal. Due to these incidents, Priest gained the moniker the Unsinkable Stoker because he was also a stoker, aka tending the fire and running the boilers. He died, born in 1887, died in 1937, aged 49. Very unfortunate. So he survived 4 ships. After the sinking of the SS Donegal, Priest retired from working at sea and left his job as a stoker. He lived out the rest of his days in Southampton with his wife, Annie. He claimed that no one wished to sail with him after these disasters. There's little information about his personal life. According to sources, he died in 1937 at his home at the age of 49 from pneumonia, with his wife Annie by his side. Understandable. But yeah, he's not the only one. There's like multiple people that has happened to. Because I think one of them was like a nurse or doctor or something like that, who also survived the Titanic and some others. Because, like, all the Olympic class ocean liners included the Titanic, the Olympic, and the Britannic. The Titanic was the middle one. They were designed to be the largest, most luxurious passenger ships at the time. Obviously, we know about the Titanic, but it's still crazy to me that the Olympic was the largest ship in the world, British-built ship in the world, for over 20 years, until the Queen Mary. And didn't all of them sink or something like that? I guess the Olympic was scrapped in 1935 to 1937, but what was its fate? Oh, that was a troop transport. Yeah, it was turned into a troop transport ship, and on 12th of May 1918, she rammed and sank the German submarine U-103. Was returned to commercial service in 1920. Often carried famous celebrities. And then in 1934, she inadvertently collided with and sank Nantucket lightship LV-117, leading to the death of 7 of the lightship's 11 crew members. And then they eventually scrapped her, but the other 2 sunk. We're still heading north. I don't know if we're heading north very fast, because the wind is kind of blowing to the east now, and I could try to sail into it, but then, oh dear, it's rocking a little bit. I feel like that's where we're meant to go, like that way. Let's get the lantern on here. Are there only a set number of boats in this game, or do you get to build them? Chat, sometimes you guys are so imaginative and wishful. So innocent. Do you get to build the ships? That, yeah, well, here's the thing about building the ships. No. When you run the cruise lines in this game, do you also have to manage the entertainment on board? Yeah, it's just like inserting gameplay from completely different games into this one. And I think that that is so neat. Why don't they let me harvest the trees and cut the planks for the boats? Alright, well, I actually think this is the island that we're supposed to be going to, like straight ahead. So we're just going to kind of cruise in a little bit slowly. Because the wind... We should still be getting the benefit of the wind. Can you climb this? No. I want a boat that has a place to do some... Oh, you can't stand on top of that. Okay. Let's see. Hey, Tal, I just got here. I was wondering how you planned for your course passing through the migratory route of several endangered bird species. Can you build a mega base under the surface? The throttle is on the other side of those boxes seems like a good way to generate drama. It's all we have room for. All right, let's pull a little bit to port. Not too hard. The winds seem fairly stable. The ocean itself reasonably calm, not too much chop. Can we scuba dive for treasure wrecks? The sail is so tall, man. It would be funny if I just rammed into the dock up here, though. Because I think that's going to actually be the hardest part. Is just figuring out where the dock is and navigating over to it. I am glad that they gave you a third-person view. Very cinematic. Sailboats are so cool, though. Just boats in general. All the different ways humanity has tried to create methods to cross the world. And how many people were just like, yep, I am going to hop on a boat and go out into the ocean and possibly never come back, and it's totally worth it. This will be a great adventure. Can you explain celestial navigation for us? I think we're still trying to figure out how the non-human intelligence got here. So, unfortunately, I can only tell you that in a skiff. I would do that today with space. But it's so much worse in the space. Because just because of the way that ocean currents work. I don't... Chat, I'm talking out of my ass here, so please correct me if I'm wrong. If you put, like, let's say a ship at a random point in an ocean, okay? And assuming it didn't sink or capsize, it would eventually end up somewhere near land. Like, given an infinite amount of time, it would end up near land. Eventually, sure. Hold on, I do need to start slowing down here. I see the dock, though. I do see the dock. And there's also something else that appears to be in the water. Like, I know it's probably impossible to see depending on your device, but right where my cursor is, there's like four little pips. But I am gonna start slowing down, so let's go ahead, start pulling up the sail. And in my opinion, maybe pull it all the way up, because I assume we'll be coasting a little bit. Maybe. Get out and paddle with your hand. I'm glad that boat is taking off. So that gives me a little bit more space. All right, let's release a little bit. Just a little bit. Let's take his parking spot. Oh, dude, I even got to see his sail get unfurled. That was cool. But yeah, my point was, if you just hopped in a boat and went somewhere, you're way more likely to find something than if you just hopped in a spaceship and picked a direction at sublight speed. Uh-oh, are we gonna ram? We're coming in kind of hot. Chat, where's the anchor? Do we even need the anchor? This is like potentially an immaculate parking job. Uh-oh. I'm overboard! Hold on. Chat, I'm so close, dude. All right, well, just give me the anchor. I'm holding W to start in Ireland. Oh, wait. We actually did come to a stop. Can I have somebody on the other side help us pull the boat in, please? That would be amazing. Ooh, there we go. All right. This isn't as close as I want it to be, but I'm actually quite happy with this parking job. All right, let's pick up the anchor. It's possible that just mooring it will pull you in naturally. I'm also glad it highlights stuff you can interact with. Okay, anchor. Oops. It kind of did pull us in. Oh, that's lovely. That is lovely. So, next, here's another thing we want to do. We want to kind of tighten up the sail so it doesn't like catch the wind and immediately like whip around as soon as we unfurl it. You know what I'm saying? So I've tightened it up to make sure that it's locked in place. Well, that worked out nicely. Now, the loot. I got cargo. Tuna. Do you just put it on this loading bay? Like over here? Wait. I have to look for my trading company, right? I don't remember what our trading company flag looks like. We're good. It's, yeah, it's like the anchor with the little stars. What if we need to escape quickly after we rob this guy? I'm not gonna rob them. Yeah, this is the right place. I just don't know if... Ooh, there we go. There we go. Okay, that's 2 out of 3 tunas. I'm gaming right now. And then we have a delivery of lamb as well. This will be our first 20 or so gold. I'm hoping that you can't misplace the money and or throw it overboard also. Due today. I was cutting it a little close, I think, because we took a nap. We slept. Mission complete, tuna to Al Nalim. All right, what's chat saying? I gotta finish turning this in, then I'll read what you had to say about space. Also, don't accidentally give them the goat cheese. That would be confusing to them. We're not turning the goat cheese in. That's for me. I'm allergic to goat cheese. Mission complete. Lamb has been delivered. We are also extremely thirsty and hungry ourselves. So, you know what time it is. Time to take some sips. That is not an infinite barrel of water, by the way. It has 75%, 42 out of 60. I'm just like crouched on my boat, eating goat cheese like a little gremlin. And I'm extremely sleepy as well. So maybe we should just take a nap, since we delivered our cargo. Turn the light off, and take a snooze. All right, what were you guys saying? Also, like, tons of normal human stuff is very unpleasant in space. Like when sleeping, you need a fan blowing on your face because the CO2 you breathe out doesn't naturally rise without gravity. Gravity doesn't make things rise, okay? It makes things fall, duh. That's why when you sleep, you try to sleep on a bed that's elevated off of the ground, unlike a streamer who doesn't have furniture, so that the CO2, you breathe it out and it falls down to the ground with gravity. Everybody knows that. Also, Bite Hammer, thanks, who says Dark Seas has some good ones too. I don't know what you're talking about. Is it a game? They mostly focus on oh, it's a YouTube channel. They mostly focus on accidents involving military ships like old Russian subs and whatnot. Yeah, I'm sure there's a few good channels that I should check out. But thanks for the 23 months, Bite Hammer. What's up, Robot Kitty? Who says almost 2 years. Thanks for the almost 2 years of sub. Neroxen says, but have you mastered time travel? I have not. But I have mastered... Ah! Also, what up, Blue Adder for a 53rd month. Welcome back, Blue Adder. Mary Skipper says, a pirate's life for me. We're actually an honest merchant, okay? None of this stuff is pirated goods. This is just part of my trading company. Fox Play Stuff, thanks for gifting a sub to Zon Jones. Enjoy Zon Jones for your month 4. Welcome back for one more. And thanks again, Starblade and Dracobot. You're an honest merchant so far. True. All right, let's take some new missions. Give me 1 sec. I was gonna get angry because I literally just drank, but I guess I slept. I'm thirsty after I woke up. All right, we need to take a look through the town. And we don't need new supplies yet. Why are those out there? What is that for? What does that do? What is the purpose? I feel like I'm just gonna run into it. So larger ships that might run aground can be tied up further out. Maybe. Possibly, yeah. Wait, is money just like, ooh. Emerald dragons, Astron crowns, gold, oh, there's different types of money. So some of them may not allow purchase with different currencies. Doing some excavation over here. Interesting. All right, NPCs, what do you got? We got coconut wine. Banana. Nothing. This is just chat pretending to work when they're actually just watching a stream. You know who you are. He sells boxes. Oh. Sure he does. Coconut boxes. 127 Alunk lions. Empty bottle. A lamp hook. Oh, these are like boat upgrades. Fishing rod. A broom. Some firewood. And tobacco. And then bottles of water. Bottle of water, 3 Ankh lions. They still charge an arm and a leg for bottled water even in video game land. I'm wondering if we should see what missions are available first. So, you have to have rep to trade. My inclination is it would be good to be able to trade because we can buy things like tobacco and then bring those to other places. Ooh, we got a ton to Alunk Academy. Some of them are like medicine. It's 120 pounds for 12 lions. Okay, so these are like... This one's 22 because it's 780 pounds. I don't want that one. That's too much. So copper is heavy and valuable. High quantity. 3 I'm assuming this is 3 boxes of coconuts. But that would be funny if it was just 3 coconuts. All right, so going to Gold Rock seems to be paying the most. For... Oh, which way is the wind blowing? Okay, it is... basically still blowing north. Which is unfortunate for us. The first mission's the easiest, because we can just leverage the direction of the wind. The only thing north of us is Alunk Academy, which we can go to, and then it's the edge of the world. Hold on, chat. Are you saying that you can make a lot of money by trading? Wait, it's all making sense. You need reputation to do trading, which you don't have at the beginning of the game. Therefore, you need to do the missions, which is the only content that you have at the beginning of the game, so that you can get reputation. And hang on, is trading some kind of form of progression to like a different style of content that also leverages you traveling in ships but making your own routes, because you have to figure out where to buy and where to sell yourself, and it makes more money too? That's crazy. This guy has played video games before. I have, yeah, I have. Imagine taking the goat cheese to Alunk Academy and giving them the half-empty one. Like, I sampled it along the way. I had to make sure the goods were high quality. I think we can maybe only take like 2-ish missions right now. So let's take, not copper. Let's take spices. I'm a little concerned about the weight, but that's like 240 pounds is like one extra person. So surely we can handle one extra person. Let's take spices, medicine, and go to Alunk. Sloppy. You guys working the dock are sloppy right now. Loading my boat at nighttime. What could go wrong? Start with the barrels. Grab those first. By the way, yes, this is a Strand type video game for those who were asking. Strand type games are so hot these days. For good reason. They are the best genre of video game. Okay, we can maybe do this. Wait, that one's... This one's kind of still wedged in there. I swear you can fit 3 barrels up here, dude. Is there another way to change the rotational axis? I guess you just have to pick it up from the right angle. If it didn't like move back this way with a modifier key. All right. It's clear I can't get both the barrels to fit up there. I'm shaking up all their spices. I feel like the dock is moving. I guess it's not, but it feels kind of like it is. That's a pretty good placement. I'll try one more time. Yeah, there's like the hooks on the side for the rope and stuff. Okay. Just do what you need to do. How am I gonna fit the other 3 barrels in here, or the other 3 crates? We're moving stuff from place to place. Sea Rail Valley. I see what you did there. These are pretty small. I hope we get cargo later with a this side up indicator. Fragile goods. That would be fun. The fun fact is, can you dive in this game? Because I feel like some of these barrels would likely just roll off if you take a bad wave and Unity engine physics bounce them into the ocean, never to be seen again. I feel like that's probably very possible. All right, this is pretty good. I feel like we're a little heavy on the left side. Depends on which way the wind's pushing us. I wonder if there's a game where islands are not stationary but orbit or drift around, so trade routes change all the time. Are you saying like a game that's more realistic where the islands are not connected to any land and the water just goes under the islands like it is in real life? And they just kind of float around out there depending on the wind? Okay, yeah, I think that'd be cool. I'm stuck with the wind pushing me against the dock with like 800 pounds of copper. Seems like a skill issue to me. All right, gamers, let's do some nighttime sailing. So we are in Al Nalelm. We need to go just true north almost to Alonk Academy. It's very small. Let's do this. We're gonna start by unmooring the ship. If I can sneak back aboard. There we go. Let's get the lantern on so we have a bit of light. I'd also like to turn a little away and then start releasing maybe too much sail. Speaking of skill issues, hold on, I got this. I can do this. I just need less sail. Just smaller sail. It's pushing us too hard against. I gotta push off, chat. Why? Push! 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 I'm in the why am I in the water? I'm stuck under the dock. Alright. Time to release the sail again. Quickly go back. Make sure we navigate away from the shore. Now we're in. So where are we facing now? We need to go north. So we need to kind of go around the island to the right, and we'll have the wind at our backs. Dude, I hate medicine. Nicholas. Spoken like a true American. Medicine sucks. All right, let's start releasing a bit more of the sail, pick up some wind. Goodbye, island. Thank you for the job. Off we go. This game seems relaxing in a way that it does remind me of Derail Valley in the sense that it feels like it could just become stressful at a moment's notice. Turning to starboard. Like, one storm could roll in, some bad waves, some chop. Something goes overboard that you didn't intend. All right, we should be facing the right way now. Let's double check. The halyard winch is completely released. And then we want to fully release the sail. Because we want the wind. The windsock is pointing, it's very like, it's sagging a little bit. There's a little wind. I guess we might have some dead wind areas where there's not a lot we can do. It is dark. Wait, you haven't been stressed out the whole time? Does that mean I'm playing wrong? Am I playing incorrectly? Your sock is droopy AF. Excuse me? What'd you say about me? I just heard about this game yesterday. Looks awesome. Glad to see you playing it. Yeah, it was recommended after we've been playing a bunch of Derail Valley. I was like, hey, chat, what are some other games that are kind of have a similar vibe? And I've seen Sailwind before. I just didn't think to play it, but seemed like it'd be my cup of tea. Taking cargo, figuring out how to get it where it needs to go. This is our, I assume, a starter ship. Chat, so there's like 6 ships in the game. How hard is it to unlock the other ships? I love sailing in Valheim. Yeah, I was actually going to make that into the joke. The Go Live notification for today was going to be like, oh my god, they actually made a full game based entirely around the sailing in Valheim. And then I decided not to do it. As soon as a game has like food and stuff you need to buy, I get stressed out and stop playing. Just having to like feed yourself. I guess that can get expensive. Just like in real life. I'm just checking the compass every so often. We're going mostly north. What's up, Atropos? Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate the $5 sub and for supporting the stream. And also, welcome back, Lingonberry. Says, can my sub qualify for pension yet? It's getting old. It's 31, okay? You still got a few good years. Use them. You went on a whole rant about survival games having needless food water mechanics like a week ago during a Satisfactory stream. Yeah, but the whole point of this game is like a single person sailing in the open ocean trying to make a living. So I feel like it's not needless in this game because you're earning money toward something. And in this case, it's like you can struggle to stay alive. You can build rep, try and work toward trading. There seem like there's a few boat upgrades, like lantern hooks and fishing poles and stuff. And then fishing is also in the game. You're on the water. I think that like food and hunger is a more integral part of the sailing experience and the nautical experience than like being on a train, I guess. Being on a train and like having hunger and thirst to me is kind of just like, I don't understand. But not succumbing to the elements seems like just a core part of sailing. Especially when it's like longer distance. I do like that you can see like the water trail to kind of get an indication of how fast you are actually moving. But yeah, we have some wind, which I'll take. And it's at our backs. We probably got the best speed that we can get given the circumstances. Okay, but how great would it be to have a physical lunchbox in Derail Valley? I guess so. I also think that unlike Derail Valley's gameplay is more focused on like not taking this turn too fast. Oh my god, like what speed am I allowed to go? Whereas in this, there are going to be times where you just like, I assume in future boats you can tie down the steering wheel so it doesn't go by itself. And make sure it goes the same way consistently. And you kind of have like, you need to do stuff on the boat. There's more time to kind of like do other things on the boat. Which is why Sea of Thieves has instruments. The only survival game Etel approves is the one where you have to get a job to pay rent. Number go up, money go up is always fantastic. Chat, I know you can't really see. Hold on. I'll help you see. There we go. I'm on the nose of the ship. Imagine just... If I fell overboard, is the ship going fast enough that I wouldn't be able to catch back up to it? That's the real question. This is like the Raft experience. I remember having to restart Raft both times I ever started a campaign because my my initial Raft sailed away from me when I wasn't looking because I didn't have the materials to make the basic anchor yet. I feel like I need to be careful to avoid that here. So I'm hoping that the island academy that we're looking for has, well, lights. I see nothing. So, chat, I say we take a nap. Gonna have a little sip. Map, you stay right there. Gonna have a little goat cheese. No. Okay, one goat cheese. So hungry, so hungry. And then just, take a little nap. What could go wrong? I'm sure it'll keep sailing in a straight line. Right? Literally asleep at the wheel. I sure hope I wake up soon. That's such a scary place to sleep. I know, right? Do people actually sleep like that on sailboats? Like in a hammock behind the boat? I'm assuming that has some basis in reality. Dude, I'm literally getting dunked in the water. Where's the sun? Chad, is that our island over there? By chance? That might be our island over there. What other island would it be? Are we still going north? We're still going north? That's gotta be it. Like, we're there, actually. That was a perfect nap. Perfect nap. Distance sailing alone is extremely dangerous for exactly that reason. Needing to sleep while just being out on the open ocean and then waking up and realizing that you are entirely lost. It is vaguely terrifying. So the bad news for us is the wind is... it's actually still good. We just need to release a little bit more to catch more of it. I feel like I've already learned about sheet winches that I would have had no knowledge of before now. All right, I'm actually very curious about sailing with a hammock on the back of the boat. Well, okay, I meant like in olden times. Not modern. All right, well these are just Redditors. This is different. Completely different. We need to be careful how we come in here. I don't know where the dock is. Also, this island looks incredibly tiny. The water does look good in this game, though. I guess it has to. It's a game about sailing. Is that an island? Yeah, that's the island. That's the one we're going to. That's where our cargo needs to be delivered. In the age of sail, a sailor had a hammock and would sling it across the beams of the gun decks. The gun decks. Today they have a bunk. In many cases, it's a combination locker bunk. Lift the mattress. There's room for uniforms and other gear. Yeah, that's for like military. I'm just thinking about some dudes on some trading sailboat that's really tiny. This looks like a Kenshi tower turret, doesn't it? I feel like I need to send someone to sneak up to it to lockpick it. And then see the giant mechanical spiders that are inside. Very important question. Do you eventually get to buy like a spyglass for this game so that you can see further? Okay. I needed to know that. Because that would be very helpful right now. Dude, this is so weird, though. It's just like a rock. How did anyone even build all the way out here? You'd have to have all the materials on a vessel. People arrive. Can she? No. Absolutely not. So do you learn what each boat is capable of weight-wise just by experimenting? Ooh, I think I see the dock over there. Maybe the sea level rose and buried the island and all that was left was a tiny bit at the top of a hill. Could well be. Alright, we're starting to get close now. I think it might be a good idea to start slowing down. Because we need to get over there. And now I can see a little bit better too. Ragnarok's OST was so solid. What? You mean Valhalla? Ragnarok is a different game. Was just playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla today. Quite fun. I really liked it and never ever played it again after we streamed it a few times. It was a nice game. It was just too much. Too big, too much. Too open world. Had a lot of good things going for it. I thought it had a good sense of humor. I liked the side quests. Main quest was kind of boring. I saw that weren't they advertising that the new Assassin's Creed is like significantly shorter or something? Oh, look at us, Chad. Oh, yeah. Got her. Easy. So we need to do two things. One, make sure that the sail is fully pulled up. And two, we need to lock down the mast. Nice dock, bro. Hey, thanks. This is only my second attempt. I feel like we got this. All right, pulling the sheet winch. Are we still getting the Japan Assassin's Creed? I don't know what's next. I forgot what the next one is. I'm not gonna lie, all the Assassin's Creed games are kind of looking homogenous at this point. It's hard to tell the difference between them anymore. Like, the Viking one was obvious because it's Vikings. Wait, this is not where I want to be. Hi, I've got spices going to the Al Ankh Academy. Who wants them, baby? But yeah, the gameplay does kind of all look the same. Oh, you want them. Okay, sorry. I got confused. Like, I think I... What is the new one? New Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed Mirage will release on 12th of October 2023. Oh! Oh! Oh, it's that one. Like, I honestly wasn't really paying very close attention at all. I think I've seen a couple screenshots just randomly pop up, and I honestly thought, after seeing screenshots, I thought that they were doing a remastered Assassin's Creed 1. Like, just seeing that screenshot made me think that they were doing, like, early Assassin's Creed, just sort of remaster remake. Assassin's Creed stopped being fun when they quit focusing on assassinations. Yeah, to some extent. I do remember they just kind of leaned a little too hard into the attack and Batman Arkham. That's my goat cheese. Hi, can I interest you in some goat cheese? You don't want that. But yeah, I think that they just leaned really hard, so hard into the, like, Batman Arkham style combat system. And they went so hard on it that they split themselves and didn't do any one thing particularly well. It was just like kind of a block, counter slash parry, and then unblockable attack needs dodge. And they kind of did that for like 5 games in a row. And it stopped even being like, stealth kind of stopped mattering, I feel like. And Assassin's Creed was just like, actually, this is a game where you attack, counter, and then dodge. And that's it. And those are all the mechanics. And also, by the way, remember those badass kill animations that you thought were so cool, which is why we leaned so heavily into this? Yeah, we're going to keep using those same kill animations for the next, like, 2 games in a row before we need to make new ones. So it's just going to be every version of the Assassin's Creed hero throughout history using the same, like, spear kill animation. We got 102 gold. Do I have enough? Ooh, I might have enough rep to actually do some trading. Trading feels like it's going to be its own thing. We have wine, honey beer, fish, cheese, and a barrel of water. Oh, speaking of water, getting very thirsty. Pixelated screen. Need to chug. Chug some more. Maybe turn off the lamp while we're here. Kind of forgot about it. Wait, are you just pouring that out? We're at 50%. We are gonna run out of food and water soon-ish. But we can probably make at least one more trip. Assassin's Creed Black Flag was the best. I never even played that one. That's the one that I didn't play. They look so angry. Yeah, they do look angry. Black Flag seemed cool. It seemed neat. Okay, let's take a look at this. So, is this up-to-date information on stuff? All right, so they don't have salmon. They do have coconuts. They do have tuna. Oh, it's like 2 days ago. Okay, question mark. We're here 2 days ago, 0 days ago. 2 days ago. All right, that's cool. So it can be outdated. How many pages of stuff are there? Eels! Huge profit on eels. Medicine, goods, books. We can't read. Unity was good with the multiplayer, but they didn't do too much with it. Yeah, the Assassin's Creed multiplayer was super promising. I think it just had a lot. The asymmetric multiplayer games we were talking about, Ubisoft in general has had this problem where they come up with this amazing system for multiplayer in like Splinter Cell or Assassin's Creed and then don't do anything with it. Like, Chad, have you considered that Assassin's Creed multiplayer is potentially probably what inspired Among Us? To some extent. Like, I would dare say that it was like the first of the video games that had a chance to take a piece of that market. Let's see which came first. Because the Assassin's Creed multiplayer was kind of like you blend in, pretend to be a civilian, and then when your enemy least expects it. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood is the first game to feature a multiplayer mode. There wasn't like a dialogue afterward, but it was still like blending in with the crowd. And that was 2010. That was like a fainting that you weren't actually an assassin. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood multiplayer is still active. Really? That's crazy. All right, I want to find some stuff to trade, but before we buy stuff and it starts spoiling or whatever, I need to take a quick BRB. Because I need to take this Midas outside. And then we'll take on a new journey. I want to do some like custom trading where we have gear or cargo that we take and try and turn a big profit on. Really, EJ, right now, I was like, I'm going to take a BRB. I'm just going to step away for a second, take my dog outside, and then like a thief in the night. I was like pushing the disappear button right at that very second. Oh, no, you don't. Amogus. They are Amogus. What's up, everybody? What's up, Malachi? Welcome back, Weather Guy, Infinite Tape. Hello, Stormcrasher. Battle No Skill. Quietessa, how's it going? What's up, Aeronor? Be Cosmic? EJ? Zarby? Is this Raft? It looks like Raft. This is a game. Chat's been calling it Sea Rail Valley. And we're basically sailing a ship over open waters. It's a little bit less, I guess, what's the word? Moment to moment than Derail Valley, but you do still have a lot of similarities in that we have a map. This is just the map of Al Ankh. So there's some different regions here that we can do business with, these different islands. Right now we are at the far northwest Al Ankh Academy, almost at the edge of the map. Okay? So what we just did here was we actually dropped off some cargo. And we were thinking about spending some money on some trades. Because we can basically buy high, sell low. You know how it is. And try to find somewhere to make some profit. Now, the trick is, with any game based on sailing, you're subject to the whims of the wind. So here's our little windsock, and it is happily fluttering if we look at the compass here. If that's north, then the wind is going pretty far east, actually, right? So we gotta take the wind into account and then be like, where can we go that is east? And the options at the moment, it's hard to see, but it's basically Gold Rock City, and if we went southeast, it's kind of it. So we have a couple choices here. We can either just take a random haul mission that'll pick up some cargo, drop it off. Maybe if we can make it to Gold Rock City. Like tobacco, that'll pay us 22 Aulonk Lions. So that's our currency that we're currently earning. Also, we're earning rep with Aulonk. Or we can try and buy some freehand goods and supplies. And then maybe sell them over in Aulonk City. The problem is, we haven't been to Aulonk or Gold Rock City. So we don't know how old the information that we have there is for proper trading. So I think I'm just gonna take a guaranteed payday, like the white tobacco. It's 22 lions. And then we have rum. The rum! 272 pounds of rum. So we're gonna take the rum. And we're gonna take, the rum is not gone. The rum's not gone. Hey dude, have to raid and run. Got some real life stuff to do later, dude. Hey, thanks so much for the raid. Very much appreciated. Welcome, chatters. I think that this is very much, if you're coming over from the raid, I think this is very much your cup of tea. Pickup missions and transportation logistics simulator. Including the necessity for weight distribution on board the ship itself. That is itself physics driven. So we got 4 barrels of rum. And we're gonna get those on board first. We gotta kind of like find the right way. There we go. Tuck that in right there. Got 2 more barrels. We're gonna kind of equally distribute this weight. What do we? This is like 270 pounds. That shouldn't be bad. Perfect. And then some tobacco, which I'll keep back here next to me for safekeeping, obviously. There we go. We also have some food. Hunger and thirst, and also sleep is a potential issue. I didn't think about that. We are getting a little sleepy. Anyway, Raiders, what were you guys playing today? What were you up to? I see that there is an upcoming stream August 9th at 9 a.m. That's all I can see. But shout out to our stream friend, EJ, who I can spy on with the power of Nightbot, who was last seen playing, oh, Satisfactory. Definitely going to get back into more Satisfactory this week as well. And hopefully the factory is treating you guys nicely. Looking forward to checking back in on mine soon. Satisfactory's been sweet lately. All right, let's get sailing. So we're going to have to shove off. And what am I trying to do? I'm trying to confirm we need to go southeast. Okay, so we need to go hard to starboard. And let's go ahead and unmoor first. There's 1. And there's 2, keeping us docked. And then we're gonna give it a little push. There you go, a little push. let's go ahead and bring, I think it's kind of, I'm just floating back into the dock right now, so maybe if we give it a little bit of sail. Yeah, the wind should be helpful here anyway. So let's unfurl the sails. The sun is setting, and my character is getting a little sleepy, so I guess that's a dangerous combination there. And we need to be going southeast. Ideally. It might be that. It actually just might be that giant landmass in the distance. So here's what I want to do. I want to go ahead and give some slack to the sheet winch, but not too much. Do I want to give some slack? I do, yeah. But I want it to go around the other side, so how do I do that? We might actually need to kind of do a little bit of a wiggle here. Am I getting sleepy? I might be getting sleepy. All right, I don't want the wind to whip this around too good. Let's keep it steady. There we go. Yeah, I want you to blow in that direction, friend. So we're gonna give it a lot of slack. And then start gently steering in the direction we want to go. I forgot to mention earlier, but you can manually turn the boom by pushing it if the winch is released. The boom seems kind of far away, though. Ooh, that's what I was worried about. Yeah, how do we stop that from happening? That is kind of what I was worried about. No Elper's chat, let him become a real seaman. I'm confused if the wind is actually pushing this way. Why is it swinging around the other way? I'm glad you pronounced it that way. Guld. Bald? Mulled? All right, let's not get... Yeah, I don't want to fall overboard. How do I push the boom? Dude, the rock is that way. We're going wrong direction, bro. It's gonna swing back around the wrong way. Maybe. All right, at least nobody's getting knocked overboard by the boom. I need some lights. It's dark. Let's go ahead and try tighten this up. That's where we came from, the light. That sail is deadly. Yeah, that's how you get knocked overboard. All right, I'm pulling on the winch. That way it's kind of locked down. It won't swing around. Tightened up, but the wind is going the wrong direction. I mean, it's technically working. It's just caked against the mast. Very, very inefficient of us. And also my character is very sleepy. Might pass out at the wheel, which is hilarious. And yes, your boat does continue to just sail whilst that is happening, which is fantastic. Okay, how about this? What if we raise the sail? Doing this at night is just an extra level of difficulty. Okay, now it should be safe. To go ahead and release the boom. So that way the sail and the wind isn't having an effect. We need to give this a ton of slack. Shift releases quickly, by the way. Oh, well, isn't that useful? Okay. And we're currently heading, this is north, this is southeast that we're pointing, which is perfect. Okay, how do you actually maneuver? Okay, that's how you fall overboard. This is dangerous, chat. Very dangerous. What do you do while you're holding the button down? Oh, I see. I see. I feel like it's not released. All right, so the problem is the sail is currently backwards. And I'm having difficulty pushing it around. How do you just put this, how do I just set that down, dude? There we go. If I pull all the way to here, it just bounces back. Everything is goofed. And I keep falling into the ocean. Luckily, we're not moving. Chad, I need some back seating. How do I go about... I wonder if we go this way. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Try going this way. Yeah, it seems like it's stuck in both directions. If you just release it, it's supposed to turn the right way on its own. This is not necessary. False. All right, I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night.
Ouroboros.
Do you even sail, bro? I do now, yeah. Hopefully, we don't drift too far out. This is how I solve my problems. I just go to sleep. Yeah. But yeah, this is, if you couldn't tell, my first time playing Sailwind. So we're still learning some things. But I'm really tired, so... Nighttime just sucks to fix stuff. True. Speaking of... We need to woke up because we're thirsty. Very relatable. Alright, I woke up, got some midnight water, I'm going back to bed. He left his light on while asleep. Yeah, the nightlight keeps the mer people away. You understand? Like, I have to dissuade any of the night monsters from attacking me. If it's dark, I can't see, therefore there could be spooky monsters under my bed. But thanks One Classy Doge for the 35-month sub. I appreciate the tier 2, by the way. And 69 Cliche 420. Thanks also for resubbing for an 8th month. What up? Good morning. And also Zet with the Prime a few minutes ago. What's up, Zet? Thanks for sharing the brand new sub. Okay, so here's the problem. The problem is the wind. When is it not the problem? The wind is pointing that way. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna turn to port. Okay. And we're gonna start pulling the tension because the wind is blowing across the port side of the ship, right? But the sail is inverted. So what's gonna happen is if I release the sail, it's going to be pushing against the mast instead of the mast being on the side the wind is coming from. The mast will be on the side the wind is going to, which is going to cause issues. So I think step one is we're going to get this thing fully tightened. And notice that we have turned... We're just spinning in place. Which is fine. I know where we are. I haven't gotten lost. All right, now that it's tightened and I know it's not going to come back and hit me, let's go ahead and release a little bit of the sail. Okay, let's just start there. Let's not make it too crazy. Now, we're sort of like not catching any of the wind at all, right? Obviously. So we're going to release. A little bit of the sail. Maybe we just turn into this. Why is the boat turning the opposite direction that I am turning the wheel? There's some physics at play. Hello, it's Alex. Are you boating today? I am boating today. Oh, we're going backward. Well, that makes sense. Fair enough. So, hypothetically... Man, this actually is... more complicated than I thought. Easy. Easy, okay? Don't come back and hit me. Alotox, do you still like Dwarf Fortress and still recommend it? I haven't played Dwarf Fortress since December, bro. Or maybe January. Did you just wake up from cryo sleep? Evo said he hates it now. Dwarf Fortress is a really cool game that I don't know how to play longer than the start of a fortress. I was happy to support the devs and check out the historical game. I think if you like programming and coding, and you like creating your own problems, you will enjoy Dwarf Fortress tremendously. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I'm just gonna go rogue, and I'm gonna see what happens if we release this in its entirety. Okay? Just let it fly. Just gonna let it fly. So I realize that we're currently going to be pointing sort of backwards. My plan is, conceivably, to turn far enough where we kind of loop around and get the wind at our backs. And then we're gonna have to, like, potentially tack to our destination. Hey, what's up, Asta? Welcome back. Thanks for subbing. Appreciate the 29 months of sub. Also, it doesn't really help that there's not a lot of wind right now. Like, there's a little bit, but not a lot, dude. And it's pointing completely the wrong direction. So we're just gonna live up here. You make your own stories in Dwarf Fortress. Once adventure mode releases, it'll expand the game even more. I am very interested in adventure mode. Adventure mode should be cool. Okay, here's the thing. Let's go ahead and tighten this a bit. That way it doesn't just swing with us and we can kind of take control. This should actually get us more wind anyways.
Snapped.
Because we're finally facing a direction that might coincide with the direction and heading of the wind. I'm just gonna have to turn around. The problem is I have to catch a little bit of the wind to turn around, otherwise I'm going to be completely stationary because we are now just facing the worst possible angle. I played adventure mode way more than fortress mode. Well, adventure mode just makes more sense because you simply take on the role of a single dwarf, and it's a much more focused and narrow story, so that I think what makes Dwarf Fortress difficult from a storytelling perspective to follow is basically that there are so many dwarves that in effect you sort of lose the plot, as it were. And it becomes a much more mechanical experience. You mean you can't keep up with 200 plus dwarves' lives? Yeah, basically. Or you kind of like go back in time and see what happened after the fact. Right? Like, you do so. Ooh, by the way, perfect plan here. Perfect plan. And the wind is changing? So, here's the new plan. I need the sail to stop being pushed up against. There we go. See how it's catching a little bit of air from behind? Now we start releasing. Then we're going to turn back the way we want. And continue to give it some slack. Looking good so far. Continue releasing. So it's kind of following the wind. Oh yeah, now we're in business. Turn a little harder to starboard. Perfect. That's more involved than I thought it was going to be. That was fun. Okay, it is fully released. So what I don't want to have happen is it to like push and flip back around, which I fear that it will if we turn too far in such a way that it pushes the air from this side and like swings the entire sail back around. So that's kind of the threat. So we don't want to take necessarily a beeline to our destination. We want to I think maybe sail past it. That's our destination over there. So we might need to like kind of sail past it and then turn back around somehow. We'll see. Kind of a tough angle. I don't even follow my dwarves' lives. I just play RTS-style Minecraft and build cool stuff. That's also perfectly valid. And I think people that just enjoy building cool stuff get the most out of Dwarf Fortress. I think that is primarily who the target audience of the game is. People that just want to build cool stuff. I like building cool stuff, but it's difficult for me to be motivated by Dwarf Fortress because Dwarf Fortress requires intrinsic motivation, and I think I require extrinsic? What is that word? Is that a word? We're gonna look that up. Yeah, extrinsic. AKA, I need the game to motivate me. Whereas Dwarf Fortress, I think, is a game that you self-motivate. Like carrots on sticks, progression, tangible reward structures that don't have to be you getting loot. It just has to be like cause and effect. Working towards something. The simplest goal is to survive for some time. I think that survival in Dwarf Fortress is categorically easy. You have to physically make it difficult for yourself to survive. You have to either dig too deep into lava or forget to close off your base to the outside world and therefore allow enemies to come in. Like you basically have to make a mistake at some point. But for you to make a mistake, you have to be doing things and motivated to do things that might lead to you making a mistake. Whereas something like RimWorld is a constant barrage of extrinsic motivators. Like the raid style events are a lot of just RNG game mechanics designed to intentionally challenge you at different points. Like, if you play, like, Dwarf Fortress, I would say CDDA, a lot of the game depends upon you being very impatient about something. Like, in CDDA, depending on the start that you pick, if you're, like, fine with just sitting inside a little house that has a bunch of food in it, you could live there for a pretty long time in the starting scenario. You could kind of just like, I'm just gonna sit here and eat and sleep. And you could do that for a significant length of time. Which is fine. I think that's the beauty of the game, is you can kind of, the whole point is you want to go out and explore. But if you pretty much stay put, things are pretty chill. And that can be the same for Zomboid, but Zomboid, I think, takes some more active measures to try and force you to evaluate. But there is a lot of Zomboid that is just like, I guess I should sit and read every day, which is also cool. But I think Zomboid and CDDA also benefit a lot from like, it seems like it's all about having basic skill sets that you get from reading books. We're gonna turn a little bit to catch a bit more of the wind. We're still moving, just very slowly. But Yeah, I would say that's why. Yeah, we are moving very slowly. Too slowly. Yeah, the wind is just cutting across us right now. In the direction that I really want to turn, we're going to be going into the winds. I wonder if it is worth just tightening the sail up, and because I think that's the only way that we're going to be able to use it, because it's already as released as it possibly can be. So I think tightening it is the only way to get wind at this point. Watch yourself. You're gonna get hit. I love when I look over at chat and I see people telling me the same thing that I'm saying and then pretending like it's their idea. And then also apologizing for backseating afterward. And also, you can't let your sails out anymore. It was all the way released. This is pulled all the way in, which is the opposite. We got Sailboat Jeffs in chat. Streamer problem solving in my sailing game? Out loud? I don't think so. Is this game learning how to sail or something? What class of ship are you captaining? Sloop? I don't know. What's the smallest one? But yeah, most of the learning process at this point is just figuring out what your ship is capable of. In this case, you have to learn how far the boom can rotate around the mast, given the amount of slack that the rope can provide, right? Because like what we just had happen was the sail was completely free to rotate on its own axis, correct? But because it can only rotate a certain number of degrees around the front, it's incapable of turning all the way around to receive the wind this way. Because it's tied down here, right? There's rope going all the way up to the top of the mast, making sure that it's being held in place. So because of that, we have to do what probably seems counterintuitive, which is instead of letting the sail have as much slack as possible, we actually need to tighten it up, because when we tighten it up, it faces this direction. This is fully locked in place. And instead of catching the wind from the other side, it's catching it from the front instead of the back now. So that's how you can see the like imprint of the mast going all the way up, because the wind is pushing it up against the mast. But that still works to give us momentum and therefore speed. So you kind of have to do the opposite of what you think you should do, because learning how far the mast can rotate around is kind of the whole point. And now we're going the right way. As long as the wind keeps going. I think this is the skiff. This is a skiff, yeah. What up, Tells Ghoul? Thank you for 53 months and also the 2 subs in 1. Going on 5 years. Appreciate the double sub. But anyway, Dwarf Fortress is like just one of the all-time greats. It's a classic for a reason. The thing about, if you're thinking about playing Dwarf Fortress, you can still download it and play it for free, and then decide if you want to get the Steam version or not, which is fantastic. So there's no reason not to play it. And then if you want to check out the Steam version because of the, like, you get tile sets in the free version too. I waited and got the Steam version because I was okay with supporting the devs, and I'll probably go back and play more Dwarf Fortress at some point in the future, especially once Adventure Mode is put out. But yeah, you can check it out at your leisure and decide if it's for you or not. But like me personally, I decided to get the Steam version because that was the best way I could learn how to play the game. I had no interest in the classic version, and I think that's true of probably many content creators. And if that's how you got in on it, good for you. Give me a tile set I like, or give me death. The UI in the Steam version is more accessible than Classic. For me, it certainly was. Like, having to learn an entire keyboard worth of shortcuts and hotkeys is not something I was gonna do. So for me, it was more or less unplayable before. But the great part is, you can play either version. Oh, I did forget about this. We are gonna need more oil, because I just kind of left this on permanently. So, I assume we can buy some oil here. It's a pretty big place. But I also think it's good that the Steam version allowed the devs to make some money after making free updates to their free game for many years. And I enjoyed getting to kind of poke around and see what all the fuss was about. I can see why so many people love it so much. I had a great time with it. I just get to a point, probably around the time that you start getting organized. I think the biggest problem I would have long-term with Dwarf Fortress is I hate the way that combat is resolved. To the point where, like, I think I would play too safe. Where it's like, oh, there are enemies above ground. I will simply play the rest of my game locked inside. Oh no, there's enemies below ground. I will simply stop digging. Okay, I now live in this Z level where it is safe most of the time, unless something truly devastating happens, probably by accident. And this is where I will play the game. Where it is safe and nothing can hurt me. Because the combat is just kind of, it feels very random and unpredictable. This game is so relaxing. Is it too relaxing? It's relaxing as long as we're not... You can capsize in this. You can take on water. And there are storm-like conditions and harsher ocean environments. I started on easy so that I could actually learn how to drive and pilot and steer. And then we might up it to harder. Chat, question. If I keep sailing, like obviously we have a map of Al Ankh, right? And my inventory is Al Ankh Lions. Which way does the map extend? Like this is just one map, correct? There's different currencies, and therefore different maps. The map goes north and east. Okay, yeah, I was wondering which way it actually continues. Can I buy a map? Maybe in Gold Rock or something? I would. That's my gamer sense. We need to go to Gold Rock and buy a map. Have you and Alice been having fun playing Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah, that's what I did. Well, yesterday and the day before. Dude, I was feeling awful yesterday. Just the worst allergies, huge headache all day. I was just like a couch boy, eating leftover quesadillas and sandwiches. I was just kind of a miserable lump. And it was fun. We're almost caught back out. We haven't done anything that we haven't gotten to any content that I didn't get to on stream yet. But it has been fun seeing some different things play out very differently. I won't spoil anything. I can't spoil anything because it's all like prologue stuff before you even get to a main quest. But yeah, a couple of NPCs and different events. Namely, I didn't choose to abandon one of my party members at the very beginning of the game unwittingly, so that happened. And then, okay, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but I will spoil one thing, chat. I'm playing co-op with Alice, and said character went on a speedrun romance with me. It was like, I'm going to sleep with you, whether you like it. You're gonna like it. You can say no, and I will respect your wishes, but you're gonna say yes. And I was just like, damn, okay. Jeez. Relax. It was like record speedrun romance scene. So that was fun. And also awkward because I was actually very oblivious because I'm playing co-op with Alice and she's like, "Oh, you're flirting." I was like, "I'm not flirting. I was just having a conversation." And she's like, "Yeah, but you're flirting to her." And I was like, just having a normal conversation. Like, I have no idea what's actually going on. And then it gets to that conversation and the character is like, I'm going to sleep with you, Warlock. And I was like, I was flirting. I didn't realize I was flirting, but apparently I was flirting. So that was awakening. Chat says that's how it worked out with my wife. Same with me playing with my wife. As a beautiful person, I worry about this every time I'm nice to someone. Also very modest. Of course, of course. Patch notes on penis clipping through clothes. I saw that, yeah. Some characters, some Githyanki characters were packing too much heat down there. And it was clipping through their clothes. Also, is this, this is not the same, I don't know what soundtrack that is. So here you go. We're still going the right way. It's just way out there, chat. This is a good conversation-making game. I do want to try playing on some like more difficult missions / boats. But yeah, it's a big mass, island mass in the distance. My husband and I have been having fun dropping the difficulty and RPing our own party as well. Picking our romances has been half the fun. We're playing on adventure mode in co-op, and I feel like the difficulty seems just right to allow you to RP and still play with some challenging fights. Is Baldur's Gate 3 playable with pass the controller style? You can actually play in local split screen co-op. believe it or not. It is a split-screen co-op game. But also, we've been playing on... Oh, am I sleepy? Okay, I'm sleepy. What? Let's eat some goat cheese. And then take a little nap. All right, just don't shipwreck. What I was gonna say was, we're playing online co-op over a local area network, which has been working really good. And there's been some bugs. There's been some weird like black screens that you can't see what you're doing, but if you do a quick save, then it works. Like the screen comes back. We're talking about Baldur's Gate 3, by the way. So there's been a few issues. Like I've had one time where the UI stopped working and I had to reload a save. There's definitely some multiplayer bugs. I'm awake. All right, we took a little nap. How's the wind? We are sailing the wrong way. We're gonna have to turn to catch any of the winds. Yeah, I don't know. There's not like a better way to do this. Because the wind is going directly back left. And for me to catch any of it, I have to kind of start turning away. The island's that way. I don't know. Is it more fun co-op? I watched 2 people reload saves almost a dozen times in 30 minutes because, oh, that's not what I meant to do, let's go back. We have only reloaded, like, I accidentally drank a great potion because it doesn't ask you to confirm, and I was just trying to send it to someone else's inventory or something like that, you know? Like, we've reloaded a couple times, but, occasionally it's just like UI issues, or I could see reloading you pick an option like Mass Effect really had this problem where it was like the dialogue option would be like, no, I don't think that's a good idea. And when you click it, it'll say like, you are an imbecile. I have never met anyone so stupid in the Navy in my entire life. I hate you with all of my being. Like, and you know, like the text doesn't reflect what the character is actually gonna say, and that is something that, yeah, roll that back. I didn't mean to say something that extreme. Okay, take it down a few notches. But that doesn't really happen in Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate's been pretty straightforward when you're being sarcastic. Ooh, look at these waves, dude. We're getting some waves here. It's getting a little choppy. Modern dialogue wheels. I would say that I think Baldur's Gate has been pretty good about it, honestly. About the dialogue, the person saying roughly what you expect. It was also really clear-cut, like, with the companion romance, it was very, like, you cannot misunderstand this situation, which is good, because Mass Effect definitely had that as a huge issue. We're just seemingly... I'm gonna go ahead and, like, roll up a little bit of the sail so we're not rocking and rolling so much. Yeah, Mass Effect struggled with that. It was like a firm yes or no at the end with regard to the questions that were being posed. And being able to avoid the situation multiple times or change your mind the other way and kind of like give in to the situation. So I thought that was much better than Mass Effect, which is my frame of reference for whatever reason. I didn't play Dragon Age. I don't really remember that about Mass Effect. Yeah, Mass Effect 1, my character accidentally had sex the first time that they got onto the Citadel. She was just like talking to an Asari, and then the Asari was like, hey, so I got like 10 credits for you. And I was like, I'm gonna need more of a reward than that. And it was actually, I'm gonna need more of a reward than that. Like it was very, I was like, okay, she's taking me back, and yep, they're banging. Okay, they're banging right now. With no extra dialogue, and then the sex scene, and then you go back to playing. So comparatively, Baldur's Gate has been much more like, you're gonna run into how horny the game is all over the place, but as far as your characters are concerned, it's been very like cut and dry. Like it's hard to, you might accidentally flirt with characters, but you're not gonna accidentally sleep with them, I think, from what I can tell so far. Witcher 2 was very much that kind of game as well. Witcher 2 was just like, oh, I have just met you. And now they're banging. Okay. Dude, look at these waves. This actually looks crazy. Chat, we're sort of just listing out at sea. I'm not really sure. I don't really have a plan here, to be perfectly honest. The wind is going the wrong direction for us. Yeah, I mean, that was the whole point of, they had trading cards for who you banged in Witcher 1 and 2. That was their, and that they did that on very much on purpose. I don't have a plan here, the captain. There's usually a bunch of conversation choices in a row before banging anybody in Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah. Which is good. Anyway, to go back to the original question, is it more fun in co-op? I'd say for sure it's more fun in co-op. As long as the person you're playing with is fun. The way that me and Alice are playing, we're just playing the same way I do on stream mostly, which is whatever ends up happening is what happens. It would take like something very extreme, like I pick an innocent looking answer and then my companion gets incredibly irate and then abandons the party forever. And it'd just be like, okay, I don't... The thing about the characters in Baldur's Gate 3 is you can push them over the edge if you're not careful. Unlike some games, you can piss people off or kill them or drive them away or leave them or whatever, and the game goes on. The game just goes on. But by and large, it just depends on who you play with. Like, if you play with the kind of person who wants to save scum 30 times, or you are that kind of person who save scums 30 times, you need to play with someone who's compatible with that playstyle. Because if in your single-player game, if you want to reload every single dice roll so that you never fail, then go for it, you know? Like, that's your game. If you want to mod in all 6 party members and just have them all going at the same, or however, like, if you want to make a 6-person party, I should say, instead of a 4-person party, I don't know how many party members there are, go for it, do it. But if you're playing a multiplayer, you do have to, like, at least see eye to eye on how to tackle that content. Hey, what's up, Filthy? Yeah, I'm just checking out Sailwind, having fun playing with it for the first time. If the wind gets too strong, try dumping sand on the sail to add resistance. All right, here's what I think. If we turn hard to starboard. My question is, how safe is it to be, like, what speed should I be going at during this chop? My character's getting sleepy again. Because I feel like the waves are pretty big. All right, let's go full sail and see what happens. I honestly wouldn't be mad if we capsized. Is there a save? There is no quick save. All right, cool. That's fine. I can deal with hardcore. Getting a little rocky. It saves when you sleep? Oh, nice. Sounds like good writing if it's executed properly. Yeah. That's how I've been feeling about it so far. I think that the writing... Ooh. Big rolls. The writing in Baldur's Gate 3 has been spectacular so far, in my opinion. Consistently high quality. Okay, now it's getting a little big. We're getting a little bouncy. How do you know if you're taking on water? I guess you'll know. There'll just be water in the boat. There's a really bad time to be sleepy in game. Oh man, I feel like these are coming out of nowhere. I'm trying to kind of turn into the waves so we don't roll. Hopefully that's a good strategy. But anyway, the one downside with playing Baldur's Gate 3 in co-op is it's difficult. They made it, unfortunately, difficult to have two people's story being told at the same time, I would say. Which is to say, I guess I need to explain how it works if you haven't tried it in multiplayer or you don't know. In single player, you have yourself and 3 party mates of your choice, right? And if you go into a conversation with another NPC, occasionally one of those party members may have something to say or offer. Like, oh, wait, did that guy just mention a character I know? I know that character. Let me tell you more about this situation. Whereas if they're not in the party, they won't say anything, right? Because they're not there. In co-op, when you're playing Baldur's Gate 3 co-op, you have to choose who controls which characters. So you might go in playing 2-player co-op and one person plays with this party member and the other person plays with this party member. So if you start a conversation, you only have access to the party member who is being controlled by you and not the other ones. So you might miss out on that optional dialogue because it doesn't pull in the entire party to those scenes. And there is a way around it, it's just very annoying, which is you can give control of that party member to the other player, and then they have to group them, and you have to do that manually anytime you want to have dialogue with the 2 different player characters, because it's like, oh, I want to talk to people now. Okay, give me the party members. All right, let me put them back in, and now we can talk. So it's very micromanagey, I guess, very micromanagey. If you want to hear what the companion NPCs might have to say during different dialogues. And also stuff like, even if I'm listening to the dialogue that Alice is initiating, for example, it frequently doesn't give her access, like my character has guidance, and I have to like back out of the listening to the dialogue, then manually cast guidance on her then go back into the dialogue and listen. Whereas if a companion with guidance is in your party, you can just get the bonus added from the menu, for example. And it's done it once where it kind of grabbed guidance from my character, but it hasn't done it since, so I'm not really sure. So there's a bunch of micromanaging stuff like that that makes it more difficult. And then the listening to dialogue in the first place is kind of hard, just because you have to try and like click the button on the correct NPC at the right time so that you can both hear the dialogue simultaneously. So definitely, I'm very glad that it works. And for the most part, it does work well. It just could work better, shall we say. Could work better. I think the multiplayer dialogue is the most annoying part of Larian games. Yeah. Yeah. That's unfortunate. I'm glad it works at all, though, and I'll be thankful that there is functional multiplayer that lets us both experience a cool journey at the same time. Chat, my character is threatening to pass out. I mean, we are catching wind and we're going the right direction. It's just really far away. Can we take a 5-minute snooze? On these waves? Seems like it's a little choppy. How do you get a new boat in this? I would assume you buy one. With money. Doing missions. I guess there is the distinct possibility that the wind isn't good enough to actually take us where we need to go. But I think it is. So you're saying you want to split the party? I just wish, okay, I have a very simple ask. If everyone in the party in Baldur's Gate 3 is listening to the same conversation, then all party members' powers and dialogue is available. I feel like that is a reasonable request. But unfortunately, it probably won't work that way. I really enjoy distributing cargo weight in the ship. Yeah, so far we haven't been taking enough that we need to physically distribute it, but it seems very important long term. Yeah, I think that the control of individual party members is probably the most obnoxious part. Because, typically what we do is, okay, your character talks to these 2 NPCs, and then I'll talk to the next couple NPCs, and we'll kind of alternate since whoever initiates the conversation gets to choose a dialogue and interact. Because we already had a whole discussion about the way that works last time we played Baldur's Gate. Okay, I think I actually do have to take a little cat nap. I don't want to pass out at the wheel. But since we want to alternate, it's kind of annoying to have to switch the party members manually back and forth under each player so that they can have dialogue. Because the characters are really dynamic, you know? If you do something over here, this party member might have something to say about it immediately afterward. I will say the fear that QA was going to be very front-loaded was right. I'm halfway through Act 2 and there's way more bugs and weird things happening. It's pretty much what I expected, yeah. Alright, I'm going to take a little nap. Chat, hopefully we don't sink. It'd be really embarrassing if we did. I don't know how this person can sleep under these conditions. But that's pretty much exactly what I expected. Act 1 was in early access for like a year? Try almost 3. Almost 3 years. Okay, you can wake up anytime now. Wake up anytime. Looks like we're all getting seasick. Yes, we are. She's the worst. Where's the islands over there? How long was I out for? And what music is this? Oh, this actually is still Assassin's Creed. But yeah, the Acts 2 and 3 being a little bit more buggy and weird just justifies the snail's pace I am progressing through the game. Because I like in my new playthrough with Alice and co-op, we're still in the first town and haven't even ventured outside those walls. And there's already, even just with that alone, by the way, we're sailing directly into the wind, so that's not good. Let's try and kind of tack our way up there. There's at least, I would say, 3 major paths that I feel like we can already take. Main quest, there was a whole area that we were like, ooh, what's this? Let's come back to that later. Plus a couple of storylines that I'm interested in inside the town that I can feel like I can get to the bottom of. And then just going outside, in the direction where the game really opens up. Because the game, Baldur's Gate kind of funnels you into the first town where you literally can't miss it. And then after that, it's like, do whatever you want. Do anything, I don't care, ma'am. It's up to you, dude. Which is pretty cool. But yeah, is this Neopets? That's how I am. Hopefully the bugs are patched by the time we get to Act 2 or 3. But it's been really fun. Like, it's been really good to just kind of chill, take slow, talk to every character, talk to every NPC. Like, had a fun interaction because of time in Baldur's Gate 3, where, again, I'm not going to spoil anything. You just... things happen, you get to the first town, and as soon as we got into the first town, we were like, oh, you know, we've used some spell slots. We got some lost HP. Maybe we go back to camp, do a long rest, talk to our companions, some of whom have been sitting back in the camp kind of waiting for us. It's a good idea. Like, the second we entered the town, we haven't talked to a single person in the town. And the aftermath of the events outside the town are still there. So we go back, talk to all the NPCs, sleep, wake up, and time has advanced. So that the things that were outstanding, the immediate aftermath of entering the town, has been somewhat cleaned up and advanced, and any of the NPCs who were reacting to that immediate aftermath had already cleared out, because time advancing in the game actually changes various things in the overworld, depending on where you are and what you've progressed to. So that was kind of a crazy realization that I feel like it may have happened back in 2020 when I played, but definitely didn't happen to us on stream. So that was pretty sweet. But also kind of heartbreaking, because it was like, oh man, I wanted to talk to some of these people and now they're gone, or check out this dude, but it's moved. And people who were standing here around the wagon aren't standing here anymore. And all that stuff. So that was fun to... I'm also a little worried about time advancing, and I'm curious how that's going to affect the overarching plot, so I almost feel compelled. I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 is very much a game of like, I'm going to hoard all of my spells and never use anything except cantrips. Here comes a fireball. Oh, look, it's another little me throwing fire. They'll never see that coming. Can't use those tier 2 spell slots. No, no, no. We might need those. I am curious in regular Dungeons and Dragons 5e, if you take a long rest, do you have like a feed the party with food mechanic, or is that Baldur's Gate 3? Like, how does long resting work in regular 5e? It depends on the DM. It's usually hand-waved. If a DM decides to include it. Everything that sounds fun is Baldur's Gate 3. Tell me how you really feel. By the way, it's really difficult to get over there. The wind is against us. I'm trying to zigzag in so that we actually have wind. It's tough. We need to be right over there. Regular 5e encourages the DM to space out long rests at least 2 to 3 encounters or so, but the exact mechanism is left up to the table. Most DMs at least require you to have rations when you go adventuring. That makes sense. Can't just completely ignore food and water. Where's Baldo? What's up, Kaibo? Kaibo, how's Baldo Gate 3 treating you? Also, Shadowlight, thank you for the 57 months of sub from a few minutes ago, and for sharing the Prime. We have 0% oil, so there is no light. Light is banned. So we're gonna try and do hard to starboard, which is gonna take us against the wind, and then with the wind once we turn far enough. Ish. Maybe I didn't go far enough. This actually is taking us the right way. Gotta get in that little nook. The biggest surprise with long rests in Baldur's Gate 3 to me is that you can do it almost anywhere instead of having to retreat to a safe place. I think they wanted two things. Number one, I think they wanted food to be the limiting resource and supplies on how many times you can long rest and not make it overly tedious. And then two, they wanted you to be able to go back and talk to your companions whenever. That's actually a question. Can you go back and talk to companions without actually sleeping? Or do you have to sleep to change your party? But I feel like the time advancement might play a factor. You can just go back to camp whenever. There's a go to camp button under the long rest one. Well, it's a little different with controller. But maybe it's on the radial menu with... I've been playing with controller in the co-op campaign because I've been putting it on the TV. And the UI works pretty well. It takes some getting used to. It's not quite as polished as Diablo 3's console controller scheme is. It's very big. Everything in controller UI is big. I think that the PC keyboard and mouse UI is definitely better for Baldur's Gate 3. But I will say that they did a good job making it very playable with controller. Talks, how does co-op work with a shared screen and 2 cutscenes? I don't know. We're not playing shared screen. Alice is playing on her gamer laptop and 1440p monitor, and I am playing on the TV. I actually brought my whole ass desktop computer down out of the office because I couldn't stand the idea of streaming it, which actually does work pretty well, in fact. Steam Link is actually pretty good, but I had the opportunity to, instead of streaming at a weird bitrate in 1080p, take my whole computer, plug it into a 4K TV, and get to see what 4K 60 to 120 FPS gaming looks like, and that was pretty cool. The 4090, pretty damn strong. All right, let's steer away from the big rock. We are getting closer. But yeah, I'll look for the visit camp button on controller. But yeah, I haven't played actually like true split screen yet. You can go back, have a chat, and then pop back to the dungeon, no problem. Yeah, I think they just wanted you to be able to swap out people. So basically what you're saying is there's no reason not to always bring in Astarion when you need to lockpick something. Is that what you're saying? I feel like I'm gonna hit a level of micromanagement that, for my party that I didn't really want. But if it's possible, it's possible, I guess. I also don't mind just kind of doing stuff with the tools at hand. I feel like that's its own brand of fun. What's up, gang? Hello, Socks in the Lawn. How's it going? But yeah, the, I guess we'll... Dude, I can't... How do I get in there? This place is off limits. Is that the entrance? I think so. Wait. No. There's no dock on this side. I thought you could go through. Dude, Gold Rock City is... There's definitely water in between these. This must just be one of the rocks. Let's figure out where we are. We are... northeast? Yeah, we're northeast of the Jumbo side, so we actually need to go around. How am I supposed to go around like with the wind like this? It took me like a day to sail to Gold Rock City, then another full day to get myself into port. Yeah, that's exactly what we're looking at doing here. We're gonna be late on this delivery. Yeah, I think I'm kind of playing Baldur's Gate 3 where I'm only switching up the party once every long rest, and I'm only long resting every few encounters anyways. I'm kind of trying to stretch things out. By the way, Chargaw, thanks for the 2 months, or the 2 different gift subs. What up, Boldface and Autonomy26? Enjoy your gift sub. Welcome back, Chargaw. Okay, wind, bad. Wind sucks. I just keep pushing until my party is totally worn down, then I long rest. Yeah, that's sort of how I do it. Sailing against the wind is hard. We need to go up that way. Maybe if we just sleep long enough, the wind changes and the sun comes up, you know? That's possible too. Let's actually take a nap, seriously though, because I think I see something over there. All right, I'm gonna face us this direction. We need food and water. We're running out of goat cheese. We're out of goat cheese. Uh-oh, things just got a little bit more desperate. Probably out of water soon. Good night, I sleep. Up that way is a very common nautical term. Yeah, of course. Topiary HD says, hi, what's up, Topiary? And Vint Major with the brand new Prime sub. Welcome to our sailing stream. Thanks for the double Prime. What stops you from long resting all the time? In theory, camp supplies. Cost like 40 camp supplies. They're not that hard to get, though. Dorito says, I actually turned Karmic Dice back on after having it off most of my playtime because I realized missing 5 turns in a row and then getting a party wipe, even on balanced difficulty, isn't actually that fun. Have you tried getting good? I'm sorry. Maybe you should have considered coming up with a system by which you could blind, web, or any other type of status affect your enemies to give you an advantage on dice rolls so you get to roll 2 dice every time that you attack instead of 1. And, I don't know, being a badass warlock who actually uses that one skill that lets you choose one type of ability of your choice to make your opponent disadvantaged at saving throws for, so that your status effects actually do something? Have you thought about that? Dev who suggested Karmic Dice. Finally, they get it. That does look like a dock that way. That was a good nap. The question is, are we going to starve to death before we actually get where we're going? Like, the exact direction I need to go is against the wind. So let's just go hard to starboard. That's XCOM, baby. Imagine not just taking every single ability that enchants another individual, doing no damage with your character except for Eldritch Blasts, and then complaining about it when their wisdom save passes every time. I mean, honestly. Oh, you thought you were gonna, what? Hold that humanoid in place? I don't think so. That'll be a short rest to replenish that warlock spell slot, baby. Dude, I understand some, I can make some Dungeons and Dragons jokes now. I understand some basic gameplay. I'm with it, as they say. But thanks again, Vint Major and Topiary. And now we have to time out Baldur's Gate spoilers in chat. Unbelievable. By the way, why is there a rift in the water right there? Do you see that? Oh, we're gonna like crash into the rock. Not gonna crash into the rock. We're good. I have to drive in this really erratic pattern in order for the wind to do literally anything for us. And we're currently starving to death soon. There's a glitchy square of wave systems around the island sometimes. Okay, that makes sense. SUIs are serious. Sailing under the influence? We're trying to go in there. Blow on your sail for extra speed. I got as much speed as I can get, dude. And we gotta watch out for the sandbars. What I'm discovering, chat, is I would have been an awful sailor in real life. Oh, see, here's the weird wave. There's a weird wave. All right, we're gonna cut back in and see if we can get lucky here. What was that? What was that? We might actually be able to do this now. That was a spooky noise, though. Was that your sail flipping sides? No, it's completely tied down right now, you silly. So that we can do this maneuver. That being said, yeah, we need to keep it completely tied down in order to catch any wind. Just a flap. Just a sail flap. I can see a boat. I can see a difficult sandbar out in the middle of nowhere. Okay, we're actually almost there. Maybe in time to not starve to death. I gotta buy some food from the locals. How much money do we have? 102 bucks. 102 coins. Does that boat have 2 sails? How come, never mind. Chat, is anybody still playing Diablo who can tell me if they played the Diablo patch today? Like, is even one person still playing Diablo? We might have to go overboard and just go buy some food. Change to PoE? COH3 all day. Company of Heroes? Why play Diablo when Baldur's Gate 3 exists? It really did, like, completely replace it for me. I wouldn't mind going back and playing again, but I need a reason to, dude. Alright, I see a ship over there, but I don't know where the actual dock is. Because it looks like it's occupied. Italic's patch broke a bunch of stuff, but monster density is slightly better. Maybe I'm biased, but I think full RPGs are inherently better than ARPGs. They're both fun. Potentially. But yeah, I got my 100 to 300 hours of content game for the foreseeable future. Unless it really is that broken busted in Act 2, I guess. Alright, we're gonna start raising the sail. Because it looks like some potentially tricky maneuvers up here. Imagine getting to Act 2. It's gonna take a while, Mary Skipper. It's gonna take a while. D4 campaign was a good time. Yeah, like launch was great. I had a lot of fun with D4 launch. And the good news is that now I am playing a game where the developers don't actively want to hurt me and or, like, there will never be, just think about how nice this is, there will never be Larian Studios doing a live stream this Friday apologizing for, in their own words, taking the fun out of the game. Like, they can't hurt me the same way. It's just not gonna happen. That's an impossibility. Okay, how, dude. Wait, that's the dock? Oh, I didn't realize. I thought this was just a wall. That's the dock. Okay, is this too wide of a turn for us to actually make here? Chat, is there someone who... How did you even back that boat in, dude? I'm stuck here now. We ain't turning anymore. What do I do? What do I do? I can't get out of here. I'm stuck here. I gotta like release the anchor, dude. Are we still moving? All right, shift is faster. How far can the anchor go? Uh-oh. Why are we still schmoving? Why are we beaching the boat? There's no, like, the anchor's already down. You keep letting out rope. Well, whatever. We're here, I guess. We're here. We made it. I gotta go buy some food, dude. Where is the vendor? All the way. This reminds me of turning in and Sea of Thieves sometimes. Your routes to get credit sometimes look like this. Hi, where is the local place of merchant trading and business? There you are. Okay, we need to actually buy some food. Oh, they got a lot. Buy dates for 1 lion. All right, that'll keep us alive. All right, that'll keep me alive long enough to do the rest, and then we can actually look around. Hi, I'm starving. Hello, I am starving. That boat looks awesome, though. This is not where we were intended to park. Okay, so I need to push. Oh my god. I have to physically push the boat back out? I'm not, there's no way that you're this strong. This is supposed to be a sailing simulator. I have to at least sail. I'm still anchored. Yeah, I know, but like... I gotta pull this winch for the next year. Consider pushing the equivalent of Derail Valley's re-rail. You used to be able to push faster than the wind could carry you. Yeah, it feels like cheat codes. Big time cheat codes. Chat, can somebody pull the anchor winch in for me? for the next few hours. Why not people arriving? Thanks, why not, for a year of sub. How you doing? Thanks for supporting the stream. Wait, why are we still moving forward? This is fully... The water is just making us go forward. Okay, the anchor's pulled up. Wind is that way, which is a problem. I think I have no choice. Am I stuck? Chat, why am I walking like a Pirates of the Caribbean guy on the bottom of the sea floor, dude? I got some cursed doubloons that I need to get from Captain Jack and Orlando Bloom and Keira Knightley right now so that my curse can finally be released. It's like the ship pushes me under. This is just Unity Engine things. Hold on. Someone mentioned another thing that you can do, which actually may sound hilarious to me. Oh my god, the towing service on this island is magnificent. Valet parking. That's historically accurate. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, let's grab this one too. There we go. You guys can fight over each other a little bit. I don't know if the ship can handle this kind of tossing and turning. This is 10,000% how that other guy parked backwards. They built that ship here in the port. I'm getting lost in here. Okay, there's 2 out of 4 rum. Oh, we should walk straight down. Ow! I just remembered I haven't stood up. That was 3,000 IQ though. One time I got tired of trying to sail around this island and just carried the mooring rope over land from the other side. Ship got stuck on a mountain. Do not recommend. The Assyrians were famous for pulling the bungee rope valet parking trick. A little bit of magic rope never hurt anybody. To get us out of a bind. Mission complete. Rum to Gold Rock. All right, there's 1, and then 2 is the... Damn, that ship is so much larger than ours. It's not even close. $75 gold? Wait. Gold what? Gold lions? I assume? How do you make the money go away? But yeah, the, like, how do I get 75 gold? Okay, 2 missions complete. Tobacco to Gold Rock. We have 139 lions. We need food now. I'm going to starve to death, and that would be a really embarrassing way to end. I'm going to buy, like, just one of these, just to keep us alive. We got a bunch of coconuts, dates, grain. The small box is where you get different currency. Oh boy. So if you sell... The exchange rate is terrible. It's like 2.5%. Yeah, we ain't getting that anytime soon. All right, let's buy some supplies. First of all, the easiest one is water, right? It's just gonna be in a barrel. Buy water for 28. That's very straightforward. Question is, can I pick up the other water barrel? It's got 3 units of water. Okay, this is perfect. Chat, why does the money keep coming up? Hey, this is for you guys. Somebody clean that up. You can sell empty containers? Oh, can you? I was about to throw them overboard for joke. Who do I sell them to? You? How do you sell empty containers? All right, I need food. Merchants? Please buy my barrel. Okay, perfect. So we have dates for 47, coconuts for 178. I don't have 178. Grain, sunspot fish, tuna, sunspot fish, firewood. I need to oh, dude, you can buy a stove to cook the food on. Fishing hooks for 9. I feel like we need to get a fishing rod. Will probably save us a ton of money in the long run. I am climbing on these vendor stalls. Goat cheese. That seems expensive. Chat, what is the meta food? Is it dates or is it goat cheese? For this early stage. This looks small. Fish, pizza, pipes. I can buy a pipe and tobacco. All right, I'll buy the fishing rod. Where does it go? Wait, did I buy it? Oh, there we go. And then fishing hooks, obviously. Can't put that in there. Do I have enough time? Hello all, what's the name of the game? Well, it's called Sailwind. You should be able to see it in under the stream, like every other game, right? Hopefully. All right, everything's a bit messy here. My character's about to pass out. Take an item. How do I use these? Fishing hook. Can be attached to a fishing rod. Sure. Does it already have one hook? It's already got a hook. Maybe. Okay. Am I fading? No! Hang on. You're not dying. You're good. You're not dying. Just get the fish. Use. Yeah. Shit. Yeah. Yeah. How do you reel it in? Chad, I'm dying here. Bro, I gotta go buy a kebab and sleep, dude. You guys are like, oh, just learn how to fish. It's easy. Oh, just fish, dude. Hold, I'm gonna go buy some kebabs. So I don't die. Buy another one. These are cheap. Okay. Now, I need sleep. But it's gonna be nighttime. What happens if you just pass out? Do you die of exhaustion? Just sleep, dude. This will be easier to learn after a nice rest. Load Bob, thank you for the pump it sub for 65 months. What's up, Load Bob? All right, let's wake up. Drink some water, thirsty. Okay. Now, can we just chill for a sec? Figure out how to fish. How do you fish, chat? Do I need bait? You really have to mouse wheel? Do I have to put something on the end of the hook? Also, why is this so hard to throw this? Dude. Where is the line? How does anything work? Yes, Midas. I know, son. I know. Being able to see would definitely help. That would definitely help. You kind of need to look, throw it forward. All right, hold on. Just go back to sleep. I need to take a BRB anyways. It's been 4 hours and I haven't stood up. All right, this is like my IRL rest. My character is hungry again. Let's just sleep the hunger away. The problem is we're just eating like garbage food. All the vendors are gone. They actually leave at night in this game? I'm kind of impressed. All right, let's practice look throwing. That was a little better. It actually went out into the water. Okay, but seriously though, what do I do to fish? Most fishing games is like, oh, look, a little splash. Go ahead, reel it back in. Oh, wow. In this game, I feel like I'm gonna need a whole box of bait. I can't even see. It's like 2 pixels. Can you even visualize and see the fish? How far out does it need to be? Can you catch anything near a pier? Does it need to be in the open ocean? Are there different types of fish, depending on where? There's too many questions. There'll be a splash. Oh, we got some tension. Can you break the rod? Is breaking the rod a thing? No, but it'll get away with the hook. What if you do it too much? It feels like there's a lot of tension on the rod. Oh, give us some slack. It's almost here, chat. We've almost got our first catch. It's so close. I can see it. It's so small. It's just a little fish. Oh. It's right here. Yeah, look how tiny it is. So little. Just a little fish. Dude! Now I'm stuck in the water. Why would you just drop it right back? I don't want to eat this raw. Raw? Do I just... You gotta cook it, right? Catch and release. Where are you gonna cook it? I guess I don't have a stove. All right, we're just gonna eat raw fish. Dude, that was so much work for very little food. That was a lot of work for like just this much food meter. We're gonna have to eat like 5 more fish at least. Let the record show I did not suggest fishing. All right, here's what the record is actually going to show. Oh, there's a recover boat option. That's nice. The record is actually going to show me taking a BRB. Hopefully my character doesn't starve to death. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out today. Hope you guys are having a nice Tuesday. I take the dog outside, get a snack. Habitual Loaf says, Fishy. Thanks for 21 months, Habitual. I'll be back after I take the dog out, get a snack, get a drink. I'll be right back. Thanks for sailing with me today. Yo. Are we dying? Maybe. Oh, man. Do we just live here now? Okay, what? Ow. We need to find a new soundtrack to listen to. Well, no, we don't. We listen to this one. Assassin's Creed 4? Huh, that's what we've been listening to. Fancy that, you didn't even recognize it. For the last almost full hour, actually. It's almost over, in fact. When somebody calls into the radio station to request a song, and they never even heard it before. All right, the sun is kind of coming up. When do the merchants come back out? Wait, who are you? You're here? They just don't have any goods? What are you doing here? Chat, we're in a weird situation where some chatters told me that I should be getting a fishing pole. And the fishing pole kind of sucks. And the people aren't selling any more food. And I need to sleep. It said, come back. Yeah. The fishing pole is great over a long time. It sucks when you need food immediately. Yeah, I see that. I can see that. I need food immediately so I can sleep immediately. So my character doesn't die immediately. And I would be happy to buy it, but I can't buy it because the merchants don't have any immediately. So now I wait. Supply chain breakdown, basically. Yeah, the game's warning me. The screen's getting fuzzy. I know the stakes. But this is just the way. Oh, I didn't put a new hook on there. Oh my god.
You're just an egotistical streamer.
Don't speak. Okay, how do you put a new hook on this, dude? Like that? Okay, that'll have to do. We have a hook now. I'm gonna reel it in just a little bit closer. I feel like my character is dead. Wrong button. That was the wrong button. Chat, don't look at that. Look at this. I was trying to blow my nose while fishing because I was like, there's no way I'm gonna catch it immediately, and then I immediately did. So now there's something on the end of the line. Slow. Is that an eel? Oh my god, that could be an eel. What is that? It's not an eel, is it? It's a fish. What is it? It's kind of big, actually. It's a decent sized fish. Every time. Angry fish. All right, chat, can I cook this fish anywhere? Is there like a sconce? A fireplace? I don't think that works, dude. That doesn't work. Right here. Oh shit. No, it's still there. You. Can I just borrow this? I can't cook it, dude. I don't have a stove. Oh. The stove actually... Hang on. I might have a 3000 IQ play. What if I buy firewood and use the product display grill? You think that'll work? Even though it's not technically mine? Alright, I bought 12 firewood. Oh my god. It might be working. There's fire inside of the display product stove. How long do I have to cook it for? I do this at Walmart all the time. The fish is already on top of the stove. I just don't know how to tell when it's cooked. It takes a while, you'll be waiting. Okay. While it's cooking, we're gonna just eat some pre-cooked fish from the market to keep us alive. Does it not just change to the word cooked? I guess not. That really wasn't very much food on the food meter. Okay, while it's cooking, let's go take the firewood to the boat. This is just gonna be taking up space. Hold on. Okay, perfect. There's one box. Wait, we should have put the fishing hooks down first. Dude, I'm gonna burn the fish. The fish is gonna burn while I'm over here. Okay, there we go. Firewood. Fishing hooks. That dude's gonna sell it. Probably. Perfect. Please don't be burned. Chat said it takes a while. I believe them. Yeah, it's still cooking. Dude. I don't even have enough money to buy real food now because chat tricked me into getting a fishing rod. I can't even buy like a crate of coconuts. Like, let me put it like this. The amount of time it takes to fish one fish and cook one fish is equal to the amount of meter on the hunger meter that goes down. Like, it would just be an endless cycle. It's just gonna go in a loop. That looks like it's starting to get some different coloration, dude. While the fish is cooking, you catch more fish. This is cooked, right? Chat. Is that cooked? That's cooked. That's gotta be cooked. Look at it, it's smoking. Okay. Mine now. Here's the deal. I'm just gonna buy food here until we're broke. I am so hungry, sir. So hungry. Okay, now at least we have enough food to sleep. We gotta just take care of everything. I'm just amazed it actually worked. Yeah, you gotta think outside the box sometimes. Ask them for a product sample, you know? We don't have any oil. We can't afford it. We have water, though. Okay, now I need to sleep. I can't escape this port, man. I'm ready to go. We're not gonna be able to do any trading because I don't have money. Because I just had to spend it all. We got a fishing rod though, I guess. Why did I just wake up? By the way, Fira, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Back for 45 months. How you doing? Thanks for the $25 sub dump. Welcome to stream. All right, that is perfect. Let's get up. And of course it's nighttime. Dude, we slept through the entire day. My circadian rhythm is really screwed up right now. I'm gaming too hard at night. Also, can I just say, we've been here for like, this is the second day. And somehow I've already drank 33% of an entire barrel of water. Okay, we haven't even moved. I bought this so it would keep us while we're out at sea. But I've been stranded here. Oh, that reminds me. Don't we have an empty box of goat cheese? That'll be worth a couple bucks. But there's no one here to sell because it's nighttime. Of course. Of course. So now I've just got an empty box of goat cheese because all the vendors are gone. All right, sir. I'm gonna I can't take a trading mission, unfortunately. I will take a regular mission. Which way is the wind blowing, chat? You didn't look. You forgot to look. You imbeciles. Just kidding. Only some of you are imbeciles. It is actually blowing that way. It's blowing northeast. I mean, I don't have a map. Al Ankh. We are northeast. There's other stuff northeast, but we don't have maps for that. I didn't even really get to look at what this town had to offer. I'm going back to sleep. I wanted to see what they were selling. All right, the sun is coming back up. It's good timing. I can't afford anything. Oh, they're still setting up. Okay, well let's get a job ready then. Our choices are, realistically, not Alchemist Island, not there. Albacore Town, if the wind's blowing northeast, we could probably get to Albacore. It would take a while. It would probably take a long while, but it might be our only chance. We could get tobacco there for 94 Al-Ankh lions. That's pretty good. That's the most money I've seen yet. We got pork, cheese. It's 21. 13. Okay, yeah, let's just take the highest paying jobs then. Green tobacco to Albacore Town. And then that's 30 more Al-Ankh lions. For only 21 extra pounds? Brown tobacco. And we can't do any more, right? We can? We can do more? Alright, let's make sure that these fit. You know what? Take another one. If we're going all the way down there, I want it to be worthwhile. 58 pounds, 2 things of pork. Alright, let's take the big boy porks first. Can we just eat the food we're supposed to be hauling and then pay it back? I wish. Let's also grab the empty goat cheese and see if we can sell that to clear some space. We're gonna have to feed ourselves by fishing while we're out at sea. But yeah, I'll come back. They actually do have their stock open now. There's some pork. But no, we cannot just eat the food we're hauling. I don't think that we can turn to a life of piracy. Though I could be wrong. What if you guys just... What is it? What is inside that box, dude? I think they forgot to kill the pork there. Yeah, that's a little too fresh. Alright, luckily the tobacco is very small. We have 3 days to get there. And if we do, it'll be a huge payday. I have to actually survive long enough for this. I think we can fit 2 side by side and then stack them. Alright, there's the other brown tobacco. These weren't that heavy, right? It was like 30 to 50 pounds spread out over a bunch of boxes. I think so. Could pay some dock worker to come help me haul these things. Gamba. There's nothing to gamba on. We've succeeded in every mission. There is no bonus. There's really nothing to wager. Hope the boat can handle it? Yeah, it's like less than 300 pounds of goods. That's like 1 extra human. It's It's not that bad. So instead of Derail Valley, this is Shipwreck. No, okay, we've already figured it out, KJ. You're a little late to the joke. It's Sea Rail Valley. When you hear it, you realize how obvious it is. There better be a way to move more boxes later, otherwise this isn't a true strand. You move more boxes by getting new ships, I guess. Or do you mean like moving them to your ships? He fell for the phishing scam. Chat's the one that pulled off that scam, though. Okay. We are ready to go. I just need to have completely full food that we're thereabouts so that fishing isn't such a panic. We only have like 8 hooks anyways. Oh my god, we're gonna go broke. Okay. I can eat 3 more fish. Classic hunger mechanics in any game that has survival. Oh wait, these are 2 apiece? Just stand in front of this guy and eat 4 fish, and I'm still not completely stuffed. We got sausage. Lots of different food types. Pipes, tobacco, bottles of water, coconut wine, goat cheese, other cheese, more lanterns. Oh, there's a map. Gold Rock City to the southwest. Happy Bay? That's so far away. Oh, wow. A chronometer. Chronometer. Whatever. Compass, chrono compass, sun compass, a quadrant, spyglass. Yeah, that's way too rich for me. Okay, gamers, let's set off. It's cool that there are some extra tools and things to work toward, though, but man, it takes some grinding. How can you hypothetically buy a really big ship? I mean, this is what this is. This is a ship you can buy, but it takes a lot of grinding to get this thing. Okay, we need to go southeast. So let's start by not clipping into the dock. Boom. And then we're gonna shove off. If I don't clip through the world, please don't clip through the world. Push! Not that way. We're gonna have to turn pretty hard here. Alright, gonna release some sail for what good it does us. Because the wind is basically coming directly at us. This, dude, this dock is both impossible to dock with and impossible to leave from. It wants us to live here forever. The good news is we're gonna start catching it in a minute. We are moving, okay? We just need to chill. So north. If north is that way, we want to go that way. Sounds good to me. Okay, so this is south, this is southeast, a little bit to the left. And we should get some wind. We are getting some wind. Perpendicular to our vessel, but that's gonna be enough to get us out of here. Okay. What up? Chat, we need another soundtrack to listen to whilst we sail and discuss the finer points of Sailwind. Let's see what the final soundtrack songs are. No. No. Divinity 2. If that's what you want. Have you done Subnautica? I have not done Subnautica, though. Nope. Subnautica has a very eclectic soundtrack. Oh, I'm gonna hit the sandbar. Let's not do that. If I went straight, we would definitely hit that. The Muppet Treasure Island game? There was a Muppet Treasure Island game? I actually watched part of Muppet Treasure Island recently because I was like, huh, I still have Disney Plus and I don't know why. I'm not sure. I hate everything Marvel and Star Wars now. I guess I have it to ostensibly watch Andor and that's it. And I haven't even started it. So I was like, oh, they have the Muppets on here. Huh, that's pretty cool. I do like the Muppets. And so I watched a little bit of Muppets Treasure Island. The thing that stuck with me was, I remember watching it as a kid, and it never occurred to me, like, now that I'm an adult watching it, I can tell that everything is a set in like a sound stage and a studio, and it's very different experience than the sheer wonderment of being a kid and automatically believing everything that you see on the screen is real. That suspension of disbelief is so much harder. Because, yeah, it was very much like, okay. And also, I don't think I could have told you the plot of Muppet Treasure Island. Because as a kid, you're just like, oh, Muppets! Look at them, they were talking! And now being an adult, it's like, okay. What's the actual storyline of this movie? All right, while we sail out, let me blow my nose real quick. As you do. All right. Anyway, Muppet Treasure Island. I forgot how many musical numbers were in that movie. That was the other thing that really surprised me. Like, I knew the Muppets have always been very musically inclined, but I had kind of forgotten some of the songs, and I was like, oh, here's a music number that I wasn't expecting. But I should always be expecting it. That's my fault for watching Muppets and not expecting it. Say what you will about Baldur's Gate, its soundtrack doesn't rise to this level. I don't know about that, Mary Skipper, okay? You can't say that about a game that we haven't even gotten past Act 1 yet, you know? This is the music from the entire game of Divinity. But actually, no, seriously, I was playing Baldur's Gate yesterday. Wasn't feeling very well yesterday. I was just chilling, being a couch potato, playing some Baldur's Gate with Alice. And there was a couple songs I was like, damn, it's a good song. Like the camp song is actually really good, for example. I actually did consciously notice the music and appreciate it. Tim Curry, yeah, Tim Curry in Treasure Island is fantastic. I agree. Have some TV shows queued up for longer runs? No. Absolutely not. This I do real-time Microsoft Flight Simulator flights. And I'm streaming. Why would I watch TV while playing this game? Huh? You think you could get the real sailing experience watching TV shows? What, do you go camping? And you bring like all the technology with you? You bring like an internet beacon? Bring your Steam Deck? Appreciate nature. You're listening to music while sailing. That's because if I were really sailing, I would have obviously brought along deckhands to play music for me, and I can't have that solo. People would have been here playing instruments on deck, like in Sea of Thieves. And also, I'm gonna be real with you. This game has been a great game so far. It's been really cool, but it does not have the sound design that Derail Valley has for trains. So I wouldn't exactly describe this as ultimate ocean ambiance realism here. Splish splash, splish splash, breeze sound. It definitely doesn't have that same attention to detail. So music it is. Like this, I've been on the ocean. This is not what the ocean sounds like. Hello, chat. The winds blew me in here. What's up? How's it going, Grapple Hook? But yeah, the Divinity soundtrack is great. It's a very good soundtrack. I think Baldur's Gate, they did a fantastic job too. I think that, okay, the Baldur's Gate soundtrack is closer in quality to the Divinity soundtrack than the Diablo 4 soundtrack is to Diablo 2 or 3. If that makes sense. I think the D4 soundtrack's pretty good. I think that it's... If I gave Diablo 2 a 10 out of 10 on soundtrack, and Diablo 3 like a 8.5 out of 10 on soundtrack, I think Diablo 4 is like a 7.5 out of 10. It's still good. How's the wind? Can we take more advantage of this wind? Let's find out. I'm worried because if I start releasing this, maybe we have to pull up the sail. Okay. Then we're gonna release the boom. And this is gonna give us a bunch of speed. All right, now the physical dragging of the boom doesn't really work very well in my experience. Like, I guess I don't know how to do it properly. I need to flip it around to the other side. Okay! I'm just saying that that's probably not how it would go. Okay, that's fine. That works. That works. Now, I want the sail down, and it should pick up the wind. Potentially a little better than it was before. Okay, now what we need to do is drink. And then start fishing. Cool sailing and wind mechanics. Yeah, for sure. It's chat's favorite song. So, step one. We need a hook. Now, if we drop it this time, it's going to be a problem. Yeah. Wait. How's this going to work? Oh, we've already got a fish. I guess it works like that. It's going around behind the back of the boat, though. Are we turning the boat? I feel like the boat is turning with us standing on it. Can you make a boat pulled by fish? That'd be pretty sweet. Okay. If you kill... Yeah! We did it! Now eat it! Should still be going southeast to Albacore Town. Oh, yeah, that's fine. All right, again. Hold on. Where's the hooks? We have 18, actually. Standing perfectly upright. Oh, it's already got a hook on it? That's an extremely big crate for 18 hooks. It really is. All right, this is what the people in chat who said fishing is the way to go. This is what they were talking about. Okay, what were we talking about before? I guess I am obsessed with Baldur's Gate. Now, I guess that is true. I asked earlier if even one person was still playing Diablo 4, and I didn't get a single response in the affirmative for the new patch. Someone, oh, wait, no, that's not true. At least one person said that it was, monster density was a little better, but there were a lot of bugs. I am. No, me. Really, Raged Arctic? Really? Get that guy. I always wanted a Jaws game like this. Start with a small boat, go out and attempt to take down the shark, but you have to keep going back to land to upgrade boat and gear. I feel like that's challenging though, because the movie kind of just like can skip to the good parts. Whereas a game, you're kind of just like gonna be out there. Like, finding a shark or finding Moby Dick is 1% finding the shark or finding Moby Dick and 99% doing literally nothing except waiting. Like, I just don't think it would make for good gameplay. Dude, I get to keep my hook again? We are gaming. All right, as long as we're heading in the right direction, I'm gonna sleep while it's nighttime. Good night. Hopefully I don't sink under the waves. Still working on my season pass. Well, good luck with the season pass. I guess in a similar vein, I am curious about chat's... Chat, I'm gonna do a poll. Not a fishing poll, we're gonna do a regular poll. I'm curious what the average person in chat... We didn't really get a full night's sleep. Let's make sure we're still facing the right way, though. I can't really see anything. I also have no idea if the wind is... Also, I love that I'm just trusting the wind not to change directions. Again. Okay, here's the question. Basically, what you plan, or what you planning on playing. What you plan on playing? Baldur's Gate 3. Starfield. Both. Neither. All right, we have a full night's sleep. Completely rested. Literally, oh, there is land. That's gotta be it. And it's with the wind, that's even better. There's our island off the port side. Anyway, some of you guys can't read. The question says, what you plan on playing? Okay? So, in response to... Starfield is out? Eventually or soon? It says, what you plan on playing? This is assuming Starfield is going to be playable. Again, what you plan on playing? Put your answer in the chat poll. None of you have found an exception to the question. You can't plan for something that doesn't exist yet. That's why I never plan for the future. That's a good point. What if I will play one, but not the other, but then the one I wasn't gonna play? That doesn't make any sense. Gotta wait for nude mods for Starfield. The funniest thing about Baldur's Gate is the nude mods are built into the game. You can literally just make your entire party naked from the get-go and just fight with them like that. It's no fun unless it's modded in. Yeah, it has to feel naughty somehow. They've taken the joy out of it by approving of my degeneracy. All right, chat says 34% say both. 26% say neither, 23% say Baldur's Gate, 17% say Starfield. Interesting to me that Baldur's Gate has more interest, statistically, in this chat at least, than Starfield. I actually, like, if you had taken me back, rewind a month, and been like, what is chat more interested in? I wonder how much recency bias and word of mouth has affected that. But it's not like a which sounds cooler to you, it's a which do you plan on playing? Or are playing, I guess. Both. It includes both. I would have probably said Starfield would have been your first choice. But I guess you're too scared of Bethesda to have that be overwhelmingly the first. Okay. Well, yeah. Thanks for answering. I'm trying to play through all the Solasta DLC still, and it feels bad to jump into Baldur's Gate 3. But also, it's so much better. It's just different. It's just different. Solasta is definitely more budget. But I do enjoy their combat system quite a bit. I think they're both good. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is better in terms of much more dialogue and responses and differing paths. It's also $60. Whereas Solasta goes on sale for like $10 or something. I'm waiting for Starfield Remastered Game of the Year Extended Enhanced HD Graphic Upgrade option. Baldur's Gate 3 so far just feels more fun than most RPGs. Yeah, I can see that. I've watched maybe 8 streamers play Into the Druid's Grove for the first time, and every single one feels like a different game. Yeah, there seems like there's a ton of different ways to go about it. Which, that's about where we got in my new off-stream campaign. I'm enjoying Baldur's Gate 3 more than Divinity Original Sin, I think, because it feels more rewarding to play your own character instead of using an origin. I would say, oh, also, I see the dock now. I was kind of missing the dock. For me, Baldur's Gate 3 is hands down more fun than Divinity. It's not even close. Not even close. And I don't say that despite... I took no pleasure in my terrible experience with Divinity, honestly. I think if I played Divinity again, I would enjoy it a lot more, because I would have readjusted my expectations. The problem for me with Divinity was I played Divinity after playing Baldur's Gate 3 Early Access. And going back is just... It's not, like, they just learned so much in how to make a RPG feel like you have meaningful decisions to make. I enjoyed Crown of the Magister a lot because the D&D rules for the spells seem very defined. Yeah, Crown of the Magister is cool. I would be curious to put in... Let's do another chat poll. You could only pick one. All right, let me park first. We're just kind of coasting in here. Sales are down. I mean, up. Sales are up. Got a nice little bit of momentum. Not gonna crash into the dock. And we have a very good, easy moor. Slow down there, buddy. All right, chat, if you can only pick one, I'm making a poll. Baldur's Gate 3, Starfield, Armored Core, Cyberpunk, DLC, fixes, or is there anything else? Like that's brand new, like right now? Anything else compete with those, like in this immediate time frame? I think that's it for like games that are releasing around the same period of time. Like this is a you get to save one and the others die. Hypothetical. This is like whichever ones you don't pick, the other ones get erased. You can only save one. Sad that Tyranny didn't get more recognition. I've heard great things about it. I think Tyranny, if they just had full voice acting, would have gotten a lot more recognition. I've also enjoyed the tale of KJ trying to play Divinity Original Sin 2 until getting Baldur's Gate 3. Who says, I've been playing Divinity Original Sin 2 since I can't afford Baldur's Gate right now, and I was pretty disappointed in character creation. Also, my dialogue options seem to be 1, nice, 2, mean, 3, just leave. You forgot about 4, fight. Which is most. Most of them. That was kind of my big problem with it. I think if I went back and played it, with my expectations adjusted, I think I'd enjoy it a lot more as a combat RPG. It was just the fact that I was expecting Baldur's Gate 3 from them and got like a super combat focused. That really kind of took me some adjustment, and I didn't adjust well. And it was just really hard. All right, I think we're here. Pork! This should be an amazing payday. In Albacore Town. There's one mission complete. These the big paying ones are the tobacco up here. That's 5e for you, combat at the expense of everything else. Baldur's Gate 3 is their take on 5e, and it's a very different game. That's kind of I'm making that comparison. Baldur's Gate 3 feels like the literal opposite pacing-wise. You have complete fight avoidance sometimes that you can still get XP for. I think involves your character and what they might say in really interesting ways. Frequently has upwards of 5, 6, 7, or even more dialogue options to take conversations in ways that can sometimes be purely informational or take a little bit more nuanced approach to different aspects, like agreeing with... Like, I remember being super impressed in Baldur's Gate 3 because there's a couple times where you can, like, say, like, I remember we talked with chat back, especially in 2020, and I was like, oh, what if I say the positive affirmative response here, but I don't know, because it's a video game, if they'll think I'm super serious or if they'll give me a chance to kind of play a con, like sneak in subversively after that. And the game was smart enough, like, multiple times to kind of lead you in, like, oh yes, I'm interested in what you have to say, and then have like a spin on that once you're in their good graces, where it was smart enough to think about why I might be picking the dialogue options I was picking instead of just being like completely blunt about everything. And I didn't find that in Divinity. Also, chat voted. What'd you say? Chat said 50% would vote to keep Baldur's Gate 3. 33% would vote to keep Starfield. 14% would vote for Armored Core. And then only 3 people voted for Cyberpunk DLC/fixes. So what you're saying is I won't be streaming Cyberpunk anytime soon. Is that what you're saying? I think they misclicked. Bard Persuasion seems to be as overpowering and fun as Charisma build in New Vegas. It does actually kind of remind me of New Vegas a bit. I would agree with that. I'm gonna get the Cyberpunk DLC even if I didn't vote for it. Too late. They know that you're a traitor now. My favorite part about Divinity was the visuals. The art style is fantastic. The music is fantastic. I liked the way that the world looked, and I liked their style of fantasy. What the hell are you doing here? Who is looking in someone's window? They have a well here, but you're not allowed to use it to drink. It's very sad. But yeah, I think if I went into Divinity knowing that it was really combat focused, Because I usually like to play not combat-focused characters. I think I would enjoy it a lot more with that knowledge. I was just expecting Baldur's Gate 2.5 when I first played it. Dude, I want to see Keanu playing Baldur's Gate 3. Keanu is the main reason for me to be re-interested in Cyberpunk. That's honestly like one of the main features. Okay, friend. I actually have 154 coins. 154. What should I do with these coins? I guess it depends on a number of factors. Number one, what we could buy here. And two, which way the wind is blowing. The wind is blowing kind of ahead. Which is east. It's bad for us. It's really bad. The wind is blowing east. Huh. I don't know how to get out of here. Is this the guy that lightning blasted everyone in KOTOR? You're thinking of SWOTOR, Star Wars The Old Republic. And also, those were dialogue-powered lightning shocks, not combat. It was the equivalent of intimidation check. You zap them with your Inquisitor powers. Which also, SWOTOR is still, unfortunately to this day, 12 years later, the best multiplayer dialogue, choose your path story game. It doesn't have the most, like, directions the story can go, but it is the best multiplayer story game. I don't know how to phrase that. It has the best, mechanics. Like, RPG, just the literal engine by which two players come together to experience content at the same time. If that makes sense. Like, the way, the technical means by which you go into a story area, it doesn't even start until your party goes in too, and you, like, manually start it. They get to watch your entire class storyline if you want, or if you're doing content together, then you each get the same dialogue. You can both participate in the conversation by choosing the dialogue you want, and then it rolls a die to see whose dialogue gets spoken. So you can choose, like, completely, like, one person can do good, one person can do evil, and it'll just steer the party in whichever person wins the dice roll. Which I enjoyed a lot, because it was always fun picking, like, a dark side option when my friend would pick a light side option, and I killed the guy. Because it was very good RP, because, you know, there's like you capture a guy, and the Sith kills him, and then the Jedi, the more light-sided character, is like, "What, dude, why'd you do that?" And I was hoping that Baldur's Gate 3 would be like that. Like, there's been a few times where we've gotten into dialogue in Baldur's Gate 3, and it's like, we ultimately want to do this, but my character probably wouldn't be the one that does it, so let me just go ahead and back out, then you go in, and then we kind of have to, like, skip through the dialogue to catch back up to where we were, so that my character can take over, or whatever, to do something that's a little bit less savory. SWTOR the best at being a good guy in the evil faction and an asshole in the good faction. Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. That was one of its strong suits. Alright, I want to figure out how to trade, dude. That's 6,900. That's way too much money. What do they have here? What is your local product? Sunspot Fish appears to be their local product. You can buy it here for 39 and sell it somewhere else for 50. That's not a really good return on investment, to be perfectly honest. You can also buy goat cheese, tuna, lamb, dates, salmon. I guess salmon can have a good ROI, because this is the cheapest place that we know of to buy it from. And we'd have to be able to get to Al Nalim. And we could 2x. The problem is, as I mentioned, the wind is blowing the wrong way. The wind is blowing that way. And that way is like east by northeast. And we don't, there's nothing, there is nothing that way. So, because we're at Albacore Town in the southeast. So our best bet is actually just to go back to Gold Rock City. That's really the only place that we can physically go. Because of wind. And Gold Rock City, we can't profit. We can just look at the profit margins on any of this stuff. It's all like 10, negative 13, 6, 12. I guess seafood is a 26 profit, but we'd spend all of our money. So there's not really anything good here. This place is kind of terrible. All right. Dude, 15 Ankh Lions is it? Albacore Town sucks? Well, yeah, I see that now. You always avoid it? Yeah, I can see that now. This is like a lot of work for 14 gold. The other quest that we could take is like 300 plus pounds, which I'd rather not do. We're learning about where the trash tier stops are, I guess. Wait. We're just a sad little tradesperson doing our best. It's that one sad song everyone likes. All right, Albacore. Thanks a bunch for nothing. Let's go. So we need to go, what, northwest? All right, let's push off. It's kind of difficult to do sometimes, actually. It just wants to come right back. Don't turn that way. It matters which way you push it. Oh my god. Alright, hard to starboard. Give it a little bit of sail. That'll have to do. Because we don't have any wind right now. Why is that fully released, by the way? I forgot to tighten it back down. Fantastic. Now the wind's gonna, like, blow against us. Pull! Albacore is basically my last supply stop before heading east out of the region. It's a tiny fishing village, not much else. I see that, yeah. I see that. All right, we need to go northwest. Which is gonna be very difficult for us. Because we have to go all the way around the island. Oh, into the wind. Cool. Maybe it's faster to go around the island that way, actually. Okay. Give me 1 sec, chat. I'm back. What up? So, we're gonna steer clear of the island. Release a little bit so we can more fully catch the wind. And we're going northeast, we need to be going northwest. So we're just gonna go around the island and then start turning west as we go around. But anyway, back to Baldur's Gate. I'm just really glad that something else came out that everyone's having so much fun with, you know? That's really like the feeling that I crave every year, is that brand new game, even though you've played potentially Act 1 before. Let's not run into this sandbar. And it comes out, and everyone's just like, oh, dude, I'm having so much fun. And then you get to watch that steady surge, and it just goes up and up and up. Like in Baldur's Gate's case, it was like, it took 3 days before it peaked at over 800,000 concurrent players or something on Steam, which is crazy. Like 500,000-600,000, and then 700,000, then 800,000 the next day, just that surge. I just bought it, it's gonna be sick. It is gonna be sick. I'm sitting here aching to play, but I'm stuck on this crazy deadline. That's very sad. I hope you get it done. I hope you get the work done fast. But no, I definitely live for those hit new releases, the hype train. That's my favorite feeling, is that new game smell. That's what keeps me. Okay, first of all, I thought that those two rocks were like way closer, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna go through those to get to Gold Rock. Wait a second. That is Gold Rock. All right, we need to pull this in, tighten it up. And that should get us the most, because the wind is going, like, directly across the ship, which is good for us. We can definitely make use of it. I feel like we've had a few of those style of games this year, for sure, yeah. Because last year was Elden Ring was that game, right? Elden Ring was kind of the biggest word of mouth crescendo game that came out, and everyone knew it was gonna wanted to play it, but it kind of had a really successful post launch. That was last year. For me, it was Marvel Snap. I'm sad to say. Like, I don't think Horizon Forbidden West or God of War Ragnarok did what the devs wanted them to do. I don't know. It's weird. It's really weird. Because I consider God of War 2018 to be one of my favorite games of all time, and I wasn't motivated to get Ragnarok. And I can't really explain why. Weirdly, I think I can actually attribute my excitement died down. Ragnarok had like a opposite social media campaign where word of mouth for Ragnarok was quite bad. People were like, game's fun, but oh my god, the people backseating me in the game are so annoying. They just keep giving me hints to puzzles that I just started, and it's so obnoxious. Like, that was kind of the big social media point, and I think I was actually influenced not to be excited because of the sheer quantity of people who were saying that. I heard that going in too, and I feel like it was overblown. I feel like they probably made adjustments after the fact. Possibly. That's not really working. I need to fish, dude. But I can't see anything. It's dark. It's real dark. I kind of just have to watch the fishing rod to see when it starts bending a little bit. Oh, it is. There's a fish. I can see the splash like a UFO. There's like a UAP light. Look at it, it's getting closer. Against the night sky. Where'd it go? Oh, it's flying. It's literally in the sky. Wait, I lost it? I lost the fish? I hated that in God of War 2018 so much it wasn't even that bad, but Atreus annoyed the hell out of me in that way. Dad, what if you use your axe to freeze this point to hold the gate open? Yeah, there was a lot of that. Boy. I think maybe the hook is gone. I can't see, dude. I have a lantern, but it's out of oil. And I guess I could just try applying it. Yeah. The fish took my hook, dude. can't see anything. Oh, I fell overboard. I fell overboard and I'm catching a fish at the same time. Maybe it dragged me overboard. I'm trying to be patient. I see the fish. It's going at, it feels like it's going at great speed, dude. And it is really far away. Slowly reeling it in. Oh, it's getting closer. And I thought I lost it. That scared me. It's getting bumpy, dude. Are we going over some waves? This seems super dangerous. I don't think it's actually getting closer. Who's driving the boat? The boat drives itself. I know I'm hungry. I'm trying to get a damn fish. It's right there, dude. It's right there. I see it. Come on. Almost. Why, dude? Why did I didn't even move. Why did I just fall over? I can't see. I'm lost. Oh my god, I still have the fish. There it is. I have literally no idea how that just happened. Cool technique, thanks. I've been working on it. All right, you know what? Since we can't see, let's go ahead and just turn. And then take a nap. Good night. My summer sailboat. That's how it's starting to feel, yeah. Why are there stars underwater? Fantastic question. What's up, CEO of Alcorps? Is sailing who? Thanks for the 7-month sub. Appreciate it, CEO. Thanks for slubbing. All right, I was reading chat before this, and then I got distracted. This game seems a bit brutal in some of the aspects of managing food, water supplies. Yeah, was I just getting submerged underwater? It feels like we're getting dunked. I should have eaten more food while we were at Albacore, because my character is very hungry. Are we okay? Sort of. We're sort of fighting the wind again. Hopefully the sun comes up soon, dude. Okay, the skybox actually makes me dizzy. Because it feels like I'm in a bubble. I feel like in video games, the skybox is what actually rotates around you instead of you rotating around it. And that's why it feels sort of disorienting to me. We orbit the skybox. I can actually see the islands. The question is, can I get to them? I see light. Means we're getting close. We're not getting a lot of wind, but we're getting enough to keep moving in the right direction. But yeah, I would say that the big game of 2022 was definitely Elden Ring in terms of word of mouth. Oh my god, this game is outperforming anyone's wildest expectations. It was definitely Elden Ring. 2020, it was definitely Animal Crossing New Hope. That was the big word of mouth. Oh my god, you have to play this game. Everyone's buying consoles just so that they could jump in. Oh, outperforming everyone's expectations. Cyberpunk was the one everyone thought it was going to be. And then New Hope. Okay, you caught that? Everyone thought it was going to be Cyberpunk. Hades also released in 2020, and wait, it was September 2020 for Nintendo Switch and Mac OS. It was released for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, and Series XS in August 2021. I didn't know Hades came to Switch first. I didn't play it till 2021, I think. That's when I played it. But yeah, Animal Crossing definitely won 2020. What was the best games of 2019? Resident Evil 2, Monster Hunter World Iceborne. Monster Hunter World was big, but wait a second, did Slay the Spire technically release in 2019 out of early access? I'd have to say... Okay, but Death Stranding also came out in 2019, right? For me, it was Death Stranding. But in terms of total sales, it'd probably be like Slay the Spire. That was 2019. That was 2019, yeah. Talix, you're wrong. The biggest game of all those years was Amogus. Amogus came out in 2018. June 15th, 2018. It wasn't released in 2019, 2020, or 2021. It was unknown till 2020. Yeah, but I mean, I'm just talking about games that released in their year, based on instant word of mouth release success. I'm talking because remember, chat, we're talking about Baldur's Gate, and now I'm looking backwards at the years preceding this one to find out which other games released and outperformed all expectations on their launch. We're not looking at what are the most popular games of all time, and conveniently leaving out Fortnite and Among Us. Okay. Or Escape from Tarkov, for that matter, because Tarkov kind of took the whole internet by storm for a long time. This is just tough to get in here. Let's just turn hard to port. Yeah, Valheim was one of those games that exploded, for sure. I agree with that. I don't... Was Valheim like 2 years ago? $2021. Whew. Okay, Chad, I'm gonna be with you. When Valheim came out to early access, if you would ask me, hey, in 2 years, where do you think this game is gonna be? I would have not said where it is right now. It has like 5 more items. It does have like 5 more items, yeah. Are we gonna die of hunger here? I could try catching another fish, but it's just been... I gotta like navigate in here. Valheim's really good and its updates are lacking. Not that it needs them, but the devs are calling it early access. Yeah, it is still called early access. It's Alex, did you finish your Baldur's Gate 3 stream playthrough? I've avoided because spoilers, but I also want to watch the VODs. Yeah, I kind of got to a point where I just wanted to start over and play off stream. So that's what I did. This weekend, me and Alice started a run. I struggle with streaming games that are open world because I like kind of just playing them slowly over hundreds of hours, which is why even though we did an entire series playthrough of Diablo 4 was actually the hardest one to stream because it was vaguely open world. And I obviously later realized that the majority of that was not necessary, but getting to the point where I just focused on only doing campaign quests kind of took a while to get to that point. But yeah, open world games I find difficult to stream because the way that I enjoy playing them is difficult to put aside for the sake of content. So for streaming, I actually prefer games that have a linear campaign. But for playing on my own, I really enjoy sinking my teeth into big open world games that you can play for hundreds of hours. Now, sandbox games, on the other hand, where I can, like, make progress on things and create my own sort of playthrough, that's a different story. Like Satisfactory, for example. But, like, I don't think I would ever... Like, we did Assassin's Creed Valhalla a few times, and I was like, oh, this is a lot of fun. And then I just feel overwhelmed on stream. Stuff like that. I find it difficult to play those kind of Assassin's Creed, Diablo 4, Baldur's Gate, open worlds. I feel that I love exploring all the stuff the open world has to offer when I'm solo, yeah. Basically that. And I feel like when I'm streaming it, it makes me feel like I have to rush through certain points to get to the more interesting things. Because time, like, if that's a game I could spend 200 hours on, it's just not feasible to stream 20 plus times, 20, 30 times in a row. Like, we played all 4 Diablos, and I didn't... The amount of time it took for us to stream 4 separate Diablo games all the way through would be the amount of time it took to probably do a playthrough of Baldur's Gate. Even though I love the game. And that's just hard to do. My dude, you have how many people watching you sail around? Yeah, but I'm able to talk. These open world games that I'm talking about are mostly dialogue focused. right? So we're kind of just watching it at the same time. We're not really like having discussions or talking about things. It's like watching a bunch of fun, interesting cutscenes, which is great. But it's harder to do in super dialogue heavy experiences. And then the chat interaction. But also, like, to be real, if I really wanted to, then I would. I wouldn't let that necessarily affect me. Also, I feel like I'm gonna starve to death before I get in there. Let's just do... I have a hook. I might starve to death in a minute. Let's kind of turn this way. The wind is perfectly against us. Like, on paper, I think that... First of all, the Baldur's Gate streams were a lot of fun, and I enjoyed them a lot. And if I wanted to keep doing that stream playthrough, I would. However, there's also something to be said where because so many people have played the early access and whatnot, it's difficult for me to play certain games just the way that I want. And it's kind of like when I go to the movie, if I went to see Oppenheimer, there's a very specific way that I want to enjoy Oppenheimer. Quiet, giant theater, big screen, big bass, hanging on every word, and no one being like in the theater on their phone or otherwise just completely annoying. Also, there's no way I'm gonna catch a fish before we like ram into the dock over here. So there were definitely a number of times, especially on the third Baldur's Gate stream, where it's just like, okay, I can't avoid the constant barrage of spoilers and people asking like, have you seen this yet? And why don't you go over there? There's something crazy over there was kind of happening a lot, and it was getting difficult to reconcile the very specific way I like to enjoy that content with the way that chat wanted to enjoy the content, which is fine. But it was just very much like, yeah, has he seen the thing? Has he gotten to this part? Have you gotten to this part yet? Do you have this yet? And I'm very picky about how I like to enjoy things the first time. And that's just who I am. And sometimes who I am can make streams less fun. In that case. Okay, I'm gonna crash. Because the way that I'm having fun... Oh god, we're still gonna crash. The way that I like to have fun and the way that the chat experience likes to have fun can be different. And that's okay. Alright, it's raised. Can we make this jump? Yeah. Tie it up. We're already back. I'm surprised some of you can remember specific instances. Baldur's Gate 3 deserves undivided attention. It says a lot that every streamer on the planet started a playthrough, but very few even made it out of the early access portion. There's a reason for that. Everyone's streaming it because it's... I'm gonna be real with you, chat. Just because there are 3 great games this year doesn't mean we are not in the midst of one of the worst gaming slumps I have ever seen in my content creation career. It is desperate out there. Like, I know if you're the kind of person that only gets a couple games a year, then you're not missing a beat. You're just like, yep, I don't know what you're talking about. This is nonsense what you're saying. But for content creation, it's like very, very much a dearth of things to cover, do interesting niches to poke. Like single player and AAA experiences are very plentiful right now, and you'll find something to love. I feel like every content creator's been saying that every year for a few years. It's definitely not been for a few years. It's probably been since, like, I would say since last year. It's been like last year and this year. The slump post Elden Ring has been pretty real. I would say that post Elden Ring is actually a decent marker for it. It was sometime right around Elden Ring. After that, there was very little to chew on. Isn't there a new Tarkov map out soon? There's good games, just not good content games. Yeah, and it's a very important distinction. Like, off-stream games have been feasting the last, like, year or so. This year, for example, we have Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. That's not really a great stream game. That's a fantastic game, apparently. Baldur's Gate 3, same thing. Resident Evil 4, you can say, oh, I enjoyed someone streaming this. That's fine, but it's like a one-and-done game, right? You play it and then it's done. You can't really, like, keep making content on it more than the initial playthrough. Diablo 4, like, Diablo, I loved streaming the Diablo series, but Diablo is not a good long, like, D4 was not a great stream game for a few different reasons. And this is pretty universal. It's not just for me specifically. Dave the Diver kind of took a bunch of people by storm. It's not really a great stream game. Like, it's a kind of a single player, fun, many-hour experience. Maybe like the fun kind of grind. Pikmin 4 came out, and some of you guys have been enjoying it. It's not really like a content game. Kenshi is eternal? Yeah, it's eternal because they'll never release Kenshi 2. Am I right? What makes a game good for streaming? That's a very complicated question. The short answer and the vague answer is a marriage of streamer or content creator interest that can stay interesting for an extended period of time, that also typically has multiple ways to be experienced, which differs from that of the audience. So games that are typically not good stream games are games that, or at least not good content games, are games where your experience on stream is identical to the experience of either other content creators or people who are playing the game. That being said, personal content creators' passion for a certain thing could make it a fun content or stream game based on their audience or how they've set up their channel. Or how they as a person are. So, like, in theory, the best, like, hope for this year is City Skylines 2. If that's not good or not good enough, then my expectations are tempered, shall we say. Because that's the kind of game that is can have a very different touch depending on the content creator versus the viewer. Potentially, oops, that is not what we want. Potentially many, many, many different ways to play, to experience it, to enjoy it, to build, to play with the mechanics, that kind of stuff. But it's just one of those things that every content creator has a different measure of, depending on what they like out of games and what their expectations are, and also their audience. And it's just something you pick up after years of playing different games. And then also figuring out when you've gotten as much as you can out of a given game. Are there any games you're looking forward to besides the big ones like Starfield or the Cyberpunk? Not really. I am very much looking forward to Starfield. I was very much looking forward to Baldur's Gate, and it's fantastic. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 is shaping up to be my favorite game of the year. It's just not a great long-term stream game. Part of that's my fault because of how I've made you the chatter. Well, guess what happens when you have a stream that's very heavy on no backseating, no spoilers? Turns out when you have a game that has a lot of story in it, the audience will purposely potentially not watch in order to preserve their own no backseating, no spoilers. Stuff like that. So there's a lot of different interactions that can play out. $166. Now, every time that happens, if my own interest supersedes my care about statistics or things like that, then that's a no-brainer. I was just tired, like, when I was streaming Baldur's Gate, I was just tired of trying to enjoy it and then also stay energetic and try and make it entertaining outside of the cutscenes that we're watching. Because the way I want to play is just sit there silently and just be like, no, Asterion, bad. I just want to kind of just like chill with a smile on my face. So trying to like be energetic while experiencing it was kind of exhausting. For what it's worth, I did the same thing with Disco Elysium. Now, moment of truth, Thrash. Did you ever play Disco Elysium? After my streams? Answer honestly. I did the same with Disco Elysium, but I still haven't finished. Yeah, Disco Elysium is an example of a game where my own interest supersedes whether I care people are dodging spoilers or whatever. Like, you can get over it or not. I did that for Disco too. I've actually only started playing through it now. You wouldn't even remember the stories. But anyway, what makes Disco Elysium different is Disco Elysium is a single-player game. I think when I have a game like Baldur's Gate and it has co-op, chat, don't take this personally, but I'd rather just play it quietly with Alice and we just have a thing that's ours to enjoy now that Diablo's dead. That definitely factored into it. I won't beat around the bush there. Not allowed. I have 166 lions, and it's nighttime, and therefore there's no merchants. So I will sleep. I think if Baldur's Gate 3 were single player only, and also, I honestly think the early access affected my enjoyment of streaming it because too many people had played Act 1, and it made for some tough backseating moments. So I think those two things combined made it harder. There were still a ton of times when I saw no back seating where I expected it. Yeah, and that happens. It's not to say that everyone's being annoying, because like all it takes is if 5% of chatters are spoiling stuff, you can't put the genie back in the bottle, you know? It only takes like 1 or 2 people. It can just be anomalies from the directory that may not even have ever followed the channel before, right? And when you say, how can you say, hey, Tal, why didn't you watch this, or hey, Chatter? I'm not, hey, Ito? Is that you? But anyway, if you're thinking, how come you can say, oh, why didn't you watch Disco Elysium? You wouldn't remember anything anyways, and people are spoiling things for you in the chat. Those two things conflict. Well, the difference is one of them is happening mere minutes before I would engage with said content, and the other is years apart. Because we streamed, when did Disco Elysium come out? Disco Elysium with voice acting? It was like April 2021. So it was like more than 2 years ago or something like that. So it's a little different when it's like, so, I just remember one specific instance where I walked into a building I hadn't been in before, and someone was down there like, hey, if you do this thing for me, I'll give you something really cool. Check out this sword. And someone in chat was like, oh yeah, I'm still using that sword at level 5. That sword is really OP. It's OP as hell, man. That thing is carrying me through the campaign. And I was just like, for all I know, I don't even get the sword. Like, that could just be misleading, and maybe there's like a subterfuge, or there could be other elements at play. And that kind of thing happened like a number of times where it was just confirming the results of quests, or like I come upon an NPC and to see them, and someone in chat's like, this is one of the toughest bosses in the entire game, actually. It's like, I know you mean well, and I know you're just excited, and you're having so much fun playing. Me too. We both are, but I don't want to know that this is a boss that you can fight just because I was introduced to this NPC. So that kind of stuff is hard, because it's like you can't put a lid on people's excitement, and that's fine. And that's why I think it's just easier to experience it off stream, and also play co-op. Whereas Disco Elysium was just a different case. Being single player, being almost entirely dialogue and decision driven, and also you can take some really truly crazy paths through Disco Elysium, and it had the side effect of a lot of the people who were very interested in it had already played it and just wanted to see someone else play it through in a different way. It had already been out. Is it legal to stream without reading chat? I don't know. I just think not interacting with chat at all is kind of boring. But yeah, I think if Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't so overwhelmingly huge, it would be easier. Do we have a hook? We do have a hook. But yeah, I enjoyed the chat experience. It was mostly just I thought I wanted to play co-op off stream for a 200 hour game. It's gonna be like 200 hours for me at least. Guaranteed. And I wasn't ready to sell my content soul. Because I know what would have happened. I would have gotten like to Act 2 after taking my sweet time in Act 1, been like, oh my god, it's been this many streams? What if I just started plugging away at the main campaign and then I just need to get finished with this. I can't do this for the next month. And I would end up rushing. We do have a hook on this, right? Yeah, I double checked. I don't see any water. You should be able to sneak around and steal stuff at night. Maybe. That's the opposite of me. I'm trying to ride Baldur's Gate 3 directly into Starfield. You're trying to beat Baldur's Gate 3 before Starfield comes out? That seems tough. All right, I think we have a bite. I can't really see anything, but it looks like it's... The fishing rod is bent over. Nighttime in this game is very dark, which isn't all that surprising. So whenever I see the top of the fishing rod kind of bend a certain amount, I let up on it. What is that? I think it... Oh, it just looks like it has a weird shape because of the little bobble. Hello, friend. Bonk. So hungry. Fishing is... serviceable. I think the fishing minigame in this could probably use a little bit of touch-up to make it a little bit more fun. Can you refill lanterns, or do you have to buy all new lanterns? It's so much money, dude. Baldur's Gate 3 has some good voice acting, yeah. Oh, you didn't say good, you said some. Baldur's Gate 3 voice acting is stellar. My net worth has never recovered. My net worth would never recover if I bought the standing desks that chat recommends. Well, the sun's coming up, but... it's taking a while. Like, I have enough credits to do something. Gold Rock City seems to have better missions than most in terms of how much cash you can make. The problem is, where's the wind blowing right now? Northeast. Feels like it's always blowing northeast. So, like... what do you do if you're sort of soft-locked? I can only really go to Alunk Academy, Gold Rock City, and Albacore while the wind is stuck to the northeast. Because I can't go west if the wind's going northeast. Because, like, if it's blowing to the northeast, you can only go at speed to Albacore Town and Al Ankh Academy. You could go incredibly slowly to Alchemist Island. You're underestimating your ability to sail toward the wind by tacking. Am I underestimating my ability to take 3 times as long to do one mission? A lot of this game is zigzagging into the wind. Okay. I mean, I hear you, but that doesn't... go out on the left side of the map and come out on the right side. Are the vendors here? No, they're not awake yet. I don't think I'd be good at sailing, because here's the problem with trying to tack with the compasses. How do I measure how far in a given... do I like have to time it, huh? Because I have to be like, okay, I'm going south 20 seconds, and now I'm going west 20 seconds, and now south 20 seconds, and then west 20 seconds to like make sure that I'm still heading southwest or whatever. Because that feels like a hard part. Well, in an archipelago, no need to time it as long as you can navigate by what's visible. Yeah, it seems like this is in the middle so that you can always look back and see what side of the rock you're on. That makes sense. I definitely feel the grind in this, because looking at this boat is 75 gold. 75 gold. We've been playing, what, for 5.5 hours? 6 hours? We haven't, it's been over a 6 hour stream, but we haven't been playing for 6 hours. And like the currency exchange rate to get to gold, we can get like less than 5 gold pieces. So we need to do what we just did. Obviously, trading is more profitable than the missions that we're doing, so keeping that in mind, we would need to do what we just did times 15. Once you have enough seed money to do some real trade routes, you can pick up quite a bit. Yeah, I think it just comes down to getting up to the point where you can do, like, proper trading. And then finding out where the real profit is. And, like, out of the stuff you can buy here, cheese has a good profit. Not quite 2 to 1. I'm glad that they have a profit margin there. Wine has a good almost 2 to 1 profit margin. Terrible profit margin on eels. Gold. Big time money. That is big time money. But yeah, this game is very realistic in that it's incredibly challenging to get out of the starvation and thirst death spiral. Just like real life. Yeah, it seems like cheese is good. You could even just sell to Albacore Town or Alchemist Island. All I'm saying is negative margins are goods to bring back here. Yeah, no, they would be. Chat, I think I'm gonna call it a short stream tonight and just go chill. I'm tired. I've been feeling bad yesterday and today. Sailing was fun. I enjoyed it. I think this game in its progression form is a little too grindy for my liking, but I do enjoy the actual mechanics and the water physics and the physically doing everything. I think that getting up to the point, like, there's a couple things that I would change early game personally, namely, like not having to buy a full new lantern every time you want to buy a lantern. Like being able to buy some replacements for your lantern for cheap would be nice. Instead of having to like throw them away every time that they run out. Also, I think the fishing minigame needs to be redone. it's hard to make a fishing minigame that I don't like, and I don't really like this one. But I love all the little tools that you can get. Like the compass was nice, spyglass. We got the quadrant here. Having to physically maneuver all the map and cargo. Actually loading and unloading different sections of the ship. Being able to get like a stove, even though it's pricey. And some firewood and stuff. Very cool. There's like 6 boats to get, but we've only seen 1 so far. Because I guess we gotta buy more maps and go do some different areas. But yeah, it's cool for like a $20 game. You get some furniture, there's shelves, beds, some chairs, tables, decorate your future dream boat. But yeah, progression is a bit slow. Maybe I'm just bad. That's possible too. But I feel like after 5 to 6 straight hours of playing, I should probably be able to afford more than a fishing pole. But that's okay. I got a fishing pole and 166 on clients. Progression speeds up substantially. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. I'm saying that maybe the early game could use some rework with some more just drip-fed beginner content instead of the apparent deluge of trading metagame. But yeah, it's got some cool mechanics. I like the sailing. I think that the magic mooring rope needs to be fixed, and the infinite push boat is a little OP as far as realism goes, but I think the sailing is cool. Storms are fun. Yeah, the storms would be wild. Even just the chop that we got into earlier was crazy. But yeah, seems cool. Would recommend if you're looking for a sailing boat game, just hit the water. Go on some long hauls. Haul that cargo. I'll definitely check it out again with some more updates. Come back when they do some more major updates and kind of give it a peek. And I think, like, this campaign, I just feel like I'm in a rut where I can't get enough food because fishing is boring, and I would have to spend all my money on 1 crate of food, and I need to get 1 barrel of water, and then I'm broke again, and then the cycle continues. So getting out of that initial survival cycle feels probably tougher than it needs to be. But yeah, I'll definitely check it out again with some more big updates. Just drink the water around you. Oh, indeed. Tougher than Raft. Completely different. Night and day. Not comparable in the least. What transport are we doing next? That's a good question. I don't know. I have no idea. Anyway, chat, I will see you guys again probably tomorrow. I want to play some more Satisfactory. I've been missing Satisfactory. I want my factory to not be dead. But thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys had fun sailing the seas. By the way, Pramachian says, bro, Etal streams Raft 2. Weird you can't build on this one. Yo, like 5 or 6 people today were like, hey, can you build on your boat? Can you build your boat in this game? I think chat's just hungry for a Raft 2, and they can't understand why after making all that money, they never developed anything after that. They just were like, yep, Raft is good. Console version? Never heard of it. Raft 2? Nope. I'm out. Peace. Thanks for Machian for the 26 months, and also Dig Dug for 20. Says E. Thanks for the E-sub. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for watching. Hope you had a nice day. We'll see you again for the Wednesday stream. All right. And I will talk to you guys then. So keep your eyeballs peeled. Probably around the same time, like 2 to 3 p.m. Pacific, unless something changes between now and then. Good night, E-gamers. See you later, Kiwichas, Birdstrike, Jarek, Ottercog. Good night, Ebenito. See you later, Hentai Folders. Gilmadesh, Miss Lizarday. Have a good one, Brynjar Bjorn, Spoons, Chillin' Sicilian, Good Smile. Later, CEO, Classy Doge, Just Confused, Gilmadesh. Have a great one, Meatwood. I don't know. Yeah, I do know what this music is. I'm gonna go play a little Baldur's Gate before bed, and we'll keep looking for some more fun stuff to do on stream. For me, I'm still into Satisfactory, so that'll carry me for a little bit at least. But the search for content continues. Until next time. Woo! Woo! Stop making bird noises.